here, Pastor? Perfect. And after that, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, and those that wish to participate in those, please stand. Jeff, you want to do the pledge?
Father God, we thank you for this opportunity to come together today and just conduct some business for the community. I asked, Lord, anything that takes place in this meeting today, that it would honor people, lift people up, raise people up, Father God, and that it would honor you. And we just thank you for this opportunity. I ask you to give these board members and the people in this room wisdom to be able to use the things that you've given and that others have provided through their hard work, Father God, to better this community. And ask these things in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Sir.
You join me in the pledge. The pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Well, welcome to the Pinal County Board of Supervisors. It is June 8th, 2022. This is our regular meeting, and it is 9:33. We're in session. First up is call of the public. I have quite a few folks here. First up would be Barry McCain. Like front row, man. You're going to come up every time, you know.
Yeah. Good morning, Chairman McClure, Board of Supervisors, staff, and friends. My name is Barry McCain from Arizona City. I'm a disabled veteran era veteran that began my military career on the USS Kitty Hawk with a race ride off the coast of Vietnam. By the way, I can understand the race ride. I just couldn't understand why someone wouldn't take a shower. My naval career continued until 1990. I was drafted because it was my family's tradition to serve my country. I have admirals, generals, kings, queens, not just a U.S. senator in my family, and was taught that it is an honor to serve my God, country, family, and protect the U.S. Constitution and my way of life called democracy. I had a security clearance of crypto, which is higher than top secret. I was on the personnel reliability program, and after I served my country, I was given 2 months to live by a VA doctor as a result. I have been an activist at Arizona State Capitol since 2006 to present on Pinal County Comprehensive Team from 2006 to 2008. Pinal County delegate to the Democratic Convention 2012, part of one of those that recalled the only state president of the Senate in the history of the United States and in attendance of Pinal County Board of Supervisors since 2012. I have run for the House of Representatives from LD 11 4 times without money since 2014 and was on the ballot with my cousin, U.S. Senator John S. McCain III. Body was in state at the House of Representatives. I'm a freedom rider that hasn't been done for over 61 years. Awakening people of the injustice of society's treatment of people is a necessary first step toward social progress to help our people. Mandela said, anger is politically futile and generosity is productive. Anger breeds mistrust. Only respect and friendship sustains it. I've lived an amazing life because of those that I've had in it with me. Chairman McClure, when I look in the mirror, I see a man that cares about others, not use others.
Thank you, Mr. McCain. Next up would be Gretchen Wheeler. As a note, before Ms. Wheeler comes up, I would just say that she's going to speak to item number 14, which is good. But if anyone who has not turned in one of these things, call of the public, you'll want to speak during call of the public because there will be no public discussion during the item. And we're going to, and just as a note too, we're going to move item 14 up after the consent agenda, so it'll come soon.
Thank you. My name is Gretchen Wheeler. I live on Sleepy Hollow Trail. You have my address. 16 years ago, my husband and I purchased our home on the quiet residential street of Sleepy Hollow Trail in Gold Canyon, where we currently live. I wish to speak against the use of Peralta Canyon Way as an unrestricted public road. Should this street become open as unrestricted public access, Sleepy Hollow Trail will undoubtedly cease to be a quiet neighborhood street and will become a busy thoroughfare with increased traffic volume and uncontrolled speeds. The homeowners of Sleepy Hollow Trail and of the surrounding area would undoubtedly lose not only their quiet quality of life, but also financial value of their homes. There is plenty of blame to be directed for this potentially disastrous situation from the builder who was approved to construct so many homes in Peralta Canyon with only one access road, to the county commissioners who allowed the construction while promising current residents in a public meeting only limited future emergency use of Peralta Canyon Way. The new residents of the Peralta Canyon neighborhood deserve an emergency access to their homes. I encourage this committee to restrict the use of Peralta Canyon Way by installing security gates which will allow access for emergency use only. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Next up is Donna Weiss.
Hi, my name is Donna Weiss, and I also live on Sleepy Hollow Trail. And Gretchen put it so well. I just want to add a few things to that. When this road was granted as public access, that was in the 80s. Things are much different today in so many ways. Who would have known that there would be 800 homes and all of that traffic would be funneled through our neighborhood, where we have put a lot of time and money into our homes. There are numerous bikers and walkers down our street. We have many blind intersections and driveways. An incident just happened recently in the neighborhood next to the access road. So the access road is here. The neighbor who lives next to the access road was stopped at the end of their driveway, looked both ways several times, and as soon as they started coming out, a bicyclist flew in front of them, and they almost hit them. So the bicyclists are not stopping at the stop sign, but they're supposed to be following the rules also, but they're not. If there was a gate there, this would help with mitigating them going so fast. But it just happened again today. I saw the same, I don't know if it's the same bicyclist, come flying around that corner because we have a great neighborhood, a wonderful street to be riding bikes and people walking. I walk on it every day myself. Our taxes increase every year, and now I fear that our property taxes will decrease if this does stay open. Put yourself in our shoes. Would you want this for your neighborhood? In fact, our previous supervisor told us this would be an emergency access only. And I understand that his word was not written down, but he did promise it would be an emergency access only. I feel this is a result of poor planning, and I believe that Peralta Canyon should have an exit. They deserve an exit. You make decisions every day that affect our daily lives. Please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Next, we have Cheryl Hall. I believe it's Hall. You pass? Okay. Very well. Thank you. Next. Jamie Porta. I'm sorry. That one.
Good morning, everybody. Jamie Porta-Carrero from the Peralta Canyon side. Been in Peralta Canyon now for 3 years and have seen it grow and have tremendous respect for the community, and we'll continue to do everything I can to help it grow and be a great community for our children and for the folks that live there. Anyway, I'm in favor of keeping the street open, in my opinion, because I think from a safety perspective and from an access perspective, that there's about 1,000 new homes there now, and there's only one road to get out. If there's a big emergency, there's only one way. It's Peralta, and it could be backed up, and the freeway could be closed, and we can be in danger. So I think from a safety perspective, total cost, long term, I'm in favor of keeping it open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm not even going to try your last name again, but thank you very much. Next, we have Catherine.
Sereski.
Yes.
Another difficult last name.
Seresti. All right.
My name is Catherine Sereski. I'm on the Peralta Canyon side, and I have most of what I agree with what Mr. Portocarrero said. And I'm sorry to hear about an almost accident with a bicyclist, but how do we know which side that bicyclist came from is one question. And I'm also very concerned about the safety of our neighborhood. I actually moved to Gold Canyon within the last year. I vote here. My driver's license is here. I pay property taxes here. And I am concerned about the safety issues. 60 was closed not that long ago. And I believe that they are doing some road work coming up. And having one egress is a huge safety concern for us people who are living there now and for the future people who are going to be moving in the future.
Thank you. Next is, I believe, Susan Hinkle. Good morning. Please just
The topic
please state your name and generally where you live.
Susan Hinkle, and I live in Florence, Arizona here.
Okay, thank you.
The topic today I want to speak about is it's called gang stalking and electronic harassment. About 7 years ago, I got put on the FBI terrorist watch list. From there, it went to stalking and harassing by some of the community. Then it went to electronic harassment. Above my house every single night are drones that shoot you. I couldn't believe it myself. I came across a website that was targetedjustice.com. It was Richard Lighthouse. He's an ex-NSA. He blew the whistle on this program. This program is designed to torture people. They do it 90% to women. If you go on targetedjustice.com, there's a website and there's a video that you can watch, along with many, many people that they're doing this to. This program is designed to make you, they try to 5150 you. They try to make you commit suicide, or they try to get you incarcerated. I do not have any mental illness. I do not drink nor do drugs. I have a packet that I will be dropping off to your guys' office of the different burns that these lasers and beams are done on your body. They're designed to kill you, I guess. From the FBI terrorist watch list, I believe that you go on to the CIA kill list. This sounds crazy. I know it does. But if it wasn't happening to me, I wouldn't be able to speak about it. Every single night I have to lay underneath steel. I have to wear bulletproof vests every single night. I have a video that I can play for you guys of every single night of the screaming of the torture that is done to me every single solitary night. I don't know where to go or who to even go to, but I guess here is a good start. I'm going to be filing paperwork with the federal court next week to try and get off the FBI terrorist watch list. This program is awful, and they design it to hurt you, and they do it 95% to women. I need to get off this. And with your guys' help, hopefully I can get in. I've been trying to get into Christian Cinnabar's office, the governor and the mayor, and I have no luck so far. If you could help me, I would appreciate it. I will be bringing packets here. I ran out this morning. I thought I was late, and I have all the pictures that you guys need. I document everything, videotape everything.
Okay, Ms.
There's no dispute on this.
Okay, Ms. Hickle, thank you. You can hand them to
Thank you.
clerk.
I will. I have to go home and then come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is David Coward.
Morning.
Morning.
Name is David Coward from Gold Canyon, and I just wanted to bring up there are several items on the consent agreement where our Native American neighbors are in total, for just this meeting that you're approving, over almost $2.5 million that they are granting to various parts of Pinal County, be it mental health, veterans, or whatever. And I just think it's important that we recognize our Native American neighbors. And if the county hasn't done that, I would think you'd want to send a letter of appreciation, because if they weren't doing this, we might have a lot of unmet needs there. So I just wanted to bring that up and put it on the public record, because I think they deserve some recognition for all the help that they are giving the county, and we appreciate it. And on one other item, on item AQ, on the consent item, which is the authorization for funding for continuing of Highway 24 to the 60, which affects my community in Gold Canyon. I've read through the document, and I don't see anything there where that new Highway 24 would be designated as a truck route to relieve the trucks going through Highway 60, which runs through Gold Canyon. And I think it's important that on that document that be referenced somewhere, so we have it on record that that's what it's going to have, that designation, because like we've heard earlier today, certain things have been said and done and agreed to as far as roads around here that didn't happen. And so it'd be good to have it on record that if that is the case, we'd like to see it in the document. So just an aside. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coward. Mr. Liu, can you look into those two items we discussed? Thank you. Are there any other folks out here that would like to present to the board?
Roberto Reveles, 30-year resident of Gold Canyon. Just want to put some of the statements into perspective, Mr. Chairman, for the board's consideration. In January of 2019, I was present with others who were talking about the so-called access road between Peralta Canyon and Sleepy Hollow Trail. A lot of my neighbors were concerned, so I hosted a meeting in my living room, bringing together neighbors who expressed their concern for the peace and quiet of the neighborhood, but also support for the safe exiting of our neighbors in Peralta Canyon. I then approached our then supervisor, Mr. House, who listened to the concerns and told me that, actually, there's always been a connecting point that's been approved by the county between Peralta Canyon and Sleepy Hollow, despite the fact, Mr. Chairman, that I was present here on the final hearing that approved Peralta Canyon second phase, and I specifically asked at that time, is there a planned connection between Peralta Canyon and Sleepy Hollow? The clear answer was no. Subsequent to that, Supervisor House informed me, well, you may have heard that, but the answer is yes, there's always been. So it's an issue for our legal counsel to help us resolve. But Mr. Househall said, well, if you want to put together a few of your neighbors, I'll meet with them and listen to the concerns. Well, I went about the business of communicating with my neighbors, and I contacted the Methodist Church and arranged a meeting where the supervisor and staff from the county arrived, and where they were greeted by over 500 residents of Gold Canyon, all of whom expressed, first of all, concern for our neighbors' safe exit onto US 60 from Peralta Canyon, but also preservation of the quiet of our Sleepy Hollow Trail. At that meeting that I moderated, there was agreement that an emergency gate was the proper answer. The fire marshal's office was there. He agreed. And so I thought there was understanding and resolution of that issue. Unfortunately, that's not the case today. But I wanted to share these historical facts so that as we move forward, we'll make the proper resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Reveles. Any others that wish to speak to the board?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Mike Crome.
Well, please speak to the microphone.
My name is Mike Crome. Good morning, gentlemen.
And generally where you live, too, please.
I live on Sleepy Hollow, directly opposite the so-called emergency road. So I have firsthand knowledge of the traffic that's using that road. And I want to start by saying that when my wife and I moved to Phoenix, in the greater Phoenix area in 2008, we were impressed with the way the neighborhoods were laid out. In many cases, you cannot egress and ingress from one neighborhood to another. It gives you a measure of privacy and security that way. You get used to the cars that you see traveling in your neighborhood. People don't use your neighborhood as a thoroughfare for others. Traffic speeds are somewhat contained that way. But one of the real issues that I've seen, and I don't think anyone understands the impact of this, is that both neighborhoods are now using that road. People from the Sleepy Hollow side are using it as an access for a shortcut to the desert. I see ATVs every day, sometimes as early as 5:30, 6 in the morning, and there'll be groups of them, 4 or 5 of them traveling, and I'm assuming they're going up to Peralta Road where they can go off into the desert. So it's a double-edged sword. We don't want their traffic using our peaceful neighborhood as a thoroughfare, and I don't think they're going to enjoy the motorcycles and the ATVs and so on that are going. They're going to have to traverse Fossil Springs Road in either direction. They'll pass by 50 or 60 homes with largely loud mufflers and little concern for the speed limits and little concern for, frankly, anything. I can back up what Donna said about the bicycles coming down. They don't stop. I can also say that as I progress eastbound on Sleepy Hollow, the emergency road comes down to my right. There's a large bunch of trees in that property, and I do not go over 25 because I know someone's going to come down that road and they're not going to see me because of those trees. And it happened the other day. Guy pulled right out in front of us, had to slam on his brakes, and I'm only going about 20 because I'm very close to my driveway. So I wasn't in any danger of being in an accident, but nobody goes the speed limit on that road. People go 40 or 50, and it's a long, straight road. If you've seen the road, you understand why it's so easy for people to speed up. And it's just going to create one problem after another from both aspects of this. And I agree with others that have said they need an emergency exit. I want to see a fire truck any place it needs to be in 2 minutes' time. You know, I think that's essential for quality of neighborhood, but I don't want to see a freeway through our neighborhood to facilitate these other people. It makes no sense. So thank you for listening, and please consider another alternative.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Are there any others that wish to address the board? Seeing none, all right. Call to the public. We'll move on to item number 2, please. Mr. Liu.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. The timing of this information is important. The state is currently in the budget making process, and I think close to finalizing a budget. I'd implore you to thank and continue to ask for the support of our state senators and House representatives because we have some very significant transportation funding allocations in the general fund budget from the state this year. And our legislators are going to be at the Pinal Partnership breakfast over at Central Arizona College on Signal Peak this Friday at 8 o'clock. And so I'm just going to highlight a few of these because I know they've been very important to many of you over the years and affect a lot of us here in the county. So in this budget negotiations, we have allocation for the widening of I-10 from Chandler to Casa Grande, which we all know have been working on for many years, for $400 million. We have the 347 widening design costs going from the 10 down to the city of Maricopa for $19 million. And then another $11 million for the overpass design and construction over Riggs Road as you're coming south. And then we have the acquisition for the SR-24 to the north-south, which will meet up south of Mountain View Road, most likely, and also for the Parkway. And there's $15 million set aside for that. We have $38.5 million set aside for pavement rehabilitation on the US 60 from Tomahawk Road to mile marker 208. Which is, from Apache Junction east all the way just past Entrada del Oro through Gold Canyon. And then we also have a further allocation of $15 million to the north-south corridor on a Tier 2 study, which is on top of the previous bill that Representative Cook had sponsored and gotten passed for us. So very significant traffic improvements and regional improvements in the county. And just, again, please, for the public and the board members, thank our legislators and senators for their support.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Let's see. Number 3, Purchasing Division Report for June 8th. Tara Peterson, good morning.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Good. Excuse me.
Okay. Could I ask Leo if you could get us a copy of what you just read off for each one of us? Send us that information.
Yep.
I think it'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Surtee.
Yes. Yeah, we never really get time up here to give our little reports too, but I just want to thank all the legislators that worked on that budget and definitely did pay attention to us and communicated with us the whole way. And, they're competing against the rest of the legislators in the state, and we made our voices heard, and they came through for us big time. So I wanted to thank the representatives that did that.
Any other comments from the board? You're good? Okay. All right. Thumbs up. There we go. All right. Okay, now, Ms. Peterson, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the board. I am Tiara Peterson, Purchasing Manager for Pinal County, and this is your purchasing report for June 8th of 2022. First, the board is requested to approve the following contract awards. RFP 220431 for electronic health record software. We recommend CureMD.com Inc. be awarded a contract beginning June 20th, 2022 with 9 optional one-year extensions, and the contract will be used by the Public Health Department. ROQ 225027 for Housing Rehabilitation and Demolition Pre-Qualification Contractors List. We recommend Neoteric Builders LLC be awarded a contract beginning June 8th, 2022, and this contract will be used by the Housing Department. IFB 226023 for iPads Build Grant Roadway Improvement Projects for Hannah Road, Hauser Road, and State Route 87. We recommend Sunland Asphalt and Construction LLC be awarded a contract in the bid amount of $12,429,012 with a contingency amount of $1,160,000, and this contract will be used by the Public Works Department. RFP 230127 for Correctional Health Services. We recommend Wexford Health Sources, Inc. be awarded a contract beginning July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. This contract will be used by the Adult Detention Center and Youth Justice Center. Next, the board is requested to approve the following contract amendments. ROQ 175623 for Jock Civil Construction. We recommend approval of amendment number 5 to exercise the optional extension period beginning June 27, 2022 with the following suppliers: DBA Construction, Inc., Stormwater Plans, LLC, DBA SWP Contracting and Paving, Sunland Asphalt and Construction, Inc., Viasun Corporation, and there are no extensions remaining. The contract is used by the Public Works Department. ROQ 175923 for Jock Asphalt Maintenance and Repair Services. We recommend approval of amendment number 4 with a price increase for Southwest Slurry Seal, Inc., and to exercise the optional extension period beginning June 7, 2022 with the following suppliers: Cactus Asphalt, Southwest Slurry Seal, Inc., and Viasun Corporation. There are no extensions remaining, and the contract is used by the Public Works Department. RFP 185624 for Infrastructure Improvement Plan and Development Impact Fee Study. We recommend approval of amendment number 3 to exercise the optional extension period from June 26, 2022 through June 25, 2023 with Tischler Bice, Inc. There is 1 extension remaining, and the contract is used by the Community Development Department. RFP 194225 for Property and Evidence Management System. We recommend approval of amendment number 3 to exercise the optional extension period beginning June 17, 2022 with File on Q, Inc. There are 2 extensions remaining, and the contract is used by the Sheriff's Office. RFP 203026 for Public Defense Services Office Attorney Services. We recommend approval of amendment number 2 with scope of work changes and to exercise the optional extension period beginning July 1, 2022 with the following suppliers: Herman Alcantar of Alcantar Law Firm, PLC, Bobby Felduto, Attorney at Law, Elizabeth Ryan Reuter of Cooper & Reuter, Stephen Zopp of Zopp Law Firm, Elizabeth M. Hale of E.M. Hale Law, PLC, James Q. Buchanan, Attorney at Law, PLLC, Jennifer Hill, Attorney at Law, John G. Schaus, Attorney at Law, the Law Office of Adam James, Law Office of Bryson Jones, Law Office of Jamie Sparks, Law Office of Janelle A. McEachern, Law Office of Michael Villarreal, Law Office of Rebecca S. Hall, Law Office of Rosemary Gordon Panuco, Law Office of Samantha Sue Elledge, Robert Precht, Attorney at Law, James Soslowski of the Soslowski Law Firm, Cody Wiegent of Wiegent Law Firm, Megan Wiegent of Wiegent Law Offices, Catherine A. Winkley of Winkley Law Firm, and Stephen W. Zachary of Zachary Law Group. There are 3 optional extensions remaining, and the contract is used by the Public Defense Services Office. RFP 208226 for Immigration Resources Attorney Services. We recommend approval of amendment number 1 to exercise the extension period beginning July 1, 2022 with both Balliser and Siegel and the Newfield Law Firm. There are 3 optional extensions remaining, and this contract is also used by the Public Defense Services Office. Next, the board is requested to approve the following purchase per Pinal County Procurement Code Section PC 13-347, governing sole source purchases over $100,000 in the amount of $350,000 with Heritage Cares, Inc. for comprehensive addiction recovery, education, and support used by the Sheriff's Office. And finally, the board is hereby notified of the following cooperative purchase made, PO number 247242 with CDW Government in the amount of $211,916.87 for Microsoft Office licensing renewals used by the IT department. And that concludes your Purchasing Division report for June 8th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you. On the first page, items, I think 1 and 2, reference, there's no amounts there, and I know there's 103 pages of supporting document. I didn't see the amounts specific to those items.
I can get them to you. I know, I can't even remember what electronic health records is, but I can get them to you today.
Okay. Would it be appropriate for us to approve them without an amount?
I'm seeing attorneys shaking their head yes.
Yes, it would. Yeah. If, as long as the amounts are in the backup material, which Tara says they are.
I believe so. Yeah, they're on the letter for each one.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor?
I didn't find it. It's 103 pages, and I haven't found it yet, but maybe I don't have the correct search feature.
I promise
Thank
they
you.
are.
You promise they are?
Promise.
We'll come get you.
Right? If not, I'll get the numbers to you by the end of the day.
In addition, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at item number 2, and it's a pre-qualified list for number 2, so it may not have a specific amount until a specific contract is awarded on whatever rehab they are going to be doing and demolition. It's basically pre-qualifying them to be on a list so they could get contracts.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant 1 and 4, not 1 and 2. But thank you.
So 1 and 4. So are we good? I mean, are you okay?
We'll look forward to getting that this afternoon.
I'd ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the purchasing agreement for June 8th as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now we have consent items. Whoops, sorry about that. All items indicated by an asterisk will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Are there any items that anyone on the board cares to pull? Seeing none, any from the public? Mr. Avellis, please come to the...
Mr. Chairman, I ask that consent item AQ be called for a brief
AQ
comment.
Okay. All right, are there any others that wish to pull an item? Seeing none, make it a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Oh.
Chairman, I make a motion that we approve consent items A through BU as presented with the exception of AQ.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh, opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Item AQ. Mr. Smith or Mr. Bocci, there we are. Good morning.
My name is Andy Smith. I'm Public Works Director, and I reside over in what is called Building F. How can I help you? We actually put in for a mega grant with the federal government to see if we couldn't try and get some of the infrastructure money from the federal government that's coming out. And so we put in for a $300 million mega grant, basically for Ironwood all the way over to US 60.
Okay. Mr. Avellis, does that answer your question? Do you,
With the other particular gentleman's question,
Yes.
I did give him my business card, or my associate's business card, because I didn't carry any, unfortunately. But I am reaching out to him. We do not designate the truck route, but we are in partnership with ADOT, and that will be ultimately done once the final facility is built to the freeway standards that ADOT wants. They will change the truck route.
There we go.
Before he sits, I'll have a question.
Hang on, sure. Mr. Surdy.
So this grant, but we also were just possibly appropriated the $24 million or the $15 million from the legislature. how would those funds be used differently, or would they be used to pool the resources?
To build more of an ultimate facility. Unfortunately, the $15 million would only build some type of an interim facility, provide us with some right-of-way purchase power, and build us an interim facility, whereas the $300 million would look more like a total, complete freeway system, an alternate, controlled access type of facility like you see on US 60 in downtown Mesa or Loop 202.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Velas, do you have any other questions about this item?
No, I haven't stated any other question yet, Mr. Chairman.
But if you...
Yes, but in the spirit expressed by the county manager and others at the dais, I think we always need to keep in mind that we are in a federal system of government, and thankfully this AQ calls on that federal system, the U.S. Department of Transportation, to provide over $300,000 for very needed infrastructure, especially the Route 24 that we all have been anxiously promoting. And it's interesting to note that we ought to thank the members of Congress who supported this funding. It was approved 228 yay votes against 205 no votes. And I recommend that we thank the Arizona members of Congress who supported this. They are Congressman Tom O'Halloran, Congresswoman Ann Kirkpatrick, Congressman Raul Grijalva, Congressman Ruben Gallego, and Congressman Greg Stanton. All of them voted in support. Sadly, none of the Republican members of Arizona's delegation voted to support this much-needed funding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Velas. All right, so I need a motion for item AQ, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item AQ as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, AQ passes. Thank you, gentlemen. And hold on just a second. We will now adjust the agenda here to item 14, please. And it is a presentation and discussion on the Peralta Canyon Way Road by Mr. Volkmer, and this is information only.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I do want to start just making very clear to everyone that there will be no decisions being made today. This is really as a result of a request from both Supervisor Surdy as well as County Manager Leo Liu saying, hey, there's been a lot of, rumblings that a lot of things are being done behind the scenes, that this has not been a public and open process, that the public's not had an input. And there's been a lot of things that have been going on. We've made them as open, as transparent as possible. But at the request, again, of Supervisor Surdy, he said, hey, can we just tell the public where we've been, where we are now, and where we're moving? So really, this is an update. We just had another meeting today, so I do have some new information that is sort of hot off the presses as of about 8:30 this morning. To really talk about this issue, though, we have to kind of talk about the way that we in Pinal County work. We are very nimble. We don't have a lot of bureaucratic redundancies. That's been an absolute attribute to our community and our ability to meet the needs of our community, to bring in some of these economic development plans. That's one of the things we keep hearing, is that these companies come in and say, gosh, it's so wonderful to work with people that can actually get stuff done. There isn't 75 different people you have to check. There isn't years of delays unnecessarily. So that's great on one hand. But there is no perfect system, and for all the good things, sometimes there are drawbacks. One of the drawbacks when we are nimble, when we don't have a lot of redundancies, is sometimes mistakes can be made. Sometimes things can not have the oversight that maybe we would have all liked to have, and then we're forced to clean those up later on. We heard testimony, somebody take the dais earlier today, that said 1981, and she's dead right. This was platted initially in 1981. It was redone in 2007, was reaffirmed. And if you remember 2007, we were just sort of tipping the market, and that was really the Great Recession that we were just starting to see in our community. And there were a million things going on. There were people leaving homes. There were unfinished and undeveloped communities everywhere, not just in Gold Canyon, but all over. And what happened, quite frankly, is the county didn't do the best job that they could have. And that's just the reality. Now, you fast forward 15 years, and Supervisor Surdy takes office, and now he has people on both sides screaming at him, calling for his head. I've personally reviewed dozens and dozens and dozens of emails directed at Supervisor Surdy, and they really reflect what you heard today. They've been very appropriate. There's not been nastiness. There's no villains in this case. You have people on one side of the street who are saying, hey, we moved here for this peaceful, calm, quiet neighborhood. You've got people on the other side saying, hey, we moved into this area and we need to have access. We were told there were going to be access. And it's important to note that this road that we're talking about, I have this map up here so we can kind of see, and hopefully you all can see it. I'm going to move my cursor here. What we're really talking about is this little road right here. And those of you that can't see it very well, it's about 2/3 of the way up, maybe 3/4 of the way up, just a little bit to the right of the center of the screen. And that is your Peralta Canyon Way. Now, this is a little bit older of a map. This is just a Google Earth image, so it doesn't show some of the development. But this just gives us a rough idea of what we're talking about. So what we have is we have people that live here, and we have people that live all in here. And since this picture was taken in January 13th of 2018, there's been a lot of development. A couple years ago, actually a little less than 2 years ago, there was a negotiation. I'm not disputing anything that was set up here. We have no reason to doubt Mr. Reveles' description of what happened, and there was a bit of a compromise, and a gate was put up. The problem is, even with that compromise, the proper process was not followed. There was never an agenda item brought to the board. The board collectively never made the affirmative decision to put a gate up. So what we have is we have people saying, hey, there's a gate here, and it's impeding this public road, and it's problematic. We also have a gate that, frankly, doesn't work. It's been up since, I think it made it like 16 months. I think there were 5 different times that had to be, somebody had to come out and fix it. The locking mechanism didn't work. It wouldn't latch properly. There's been nothing but issues. But what's happened is you now have people saying, hey, this gate is inhibiting my free access to my home. We have the Renaissance Festival. It's creating a disaster. It's creating a health and safety hazard. But on the other side, you have people saying, well, now people are flying, going, some reports of 80. That's awfully fast. I would be surprised if people are going 80 there, but it would seem like it on a very small, really kind of residential street where people are moving pretty quickly. So what we're dealing with now is really trying to come to a resolution. Because this is politically charged, because we have really great people on both sides that nobody's going to be happy with the solution, we tried to make this as non-political as possible, and we actually hired an outside attorney that specializes in this type of issue and had him come and look and say, hey, where do we stand with this? And his conclusion was quite simple. It's a public road. You're the county. You have broad discretion to do what you want to do with it. If you want to put a gate up, you can put a gate up. If you want to completely open it up, you can completely open it up. If you want to do something in between, if you want speed humps, speed bumps, something like that, you can potentially do that. If you want to close the road, you can do that. But his one caveat was, whatever decision you make sure you can document the rational basis why you made that decision. That was his advice to us. So we went back as a county and we looked at it and said, okay, what data do we have? What information do we have to make this decision? And regrettably, we have very, very little. At that time, we had none. There had never been a traffic safety study done. We just recently were able to do a speed data. We're in the process of doing a traffic count. There are all of these things that we're trying to gather the information, because ultimately the proper process is for the county to make recommendations, for the staff to come forward, present this to the board, but for the board to ultimately make that conclusion. Because this is a county road, and this board has to decide how we want to treat this county road. We've heard from both sides, and I'll tell you, it was a pretty even split of the people testifying today. My experience has been the emails coming in are a pretty even split. It's not 75-25. Obviously, I would ask Supervisor Surdy if he's heard different, but what I see is really a pretty even split. The one thing that I would caution and remind everyone that our obligation is public safety. That is our number one priority and obligation. So any decision that this board ultimately is going to make should be based on from a public safety perspective. It should not be to appease certain people. It shouldn't be to give the squeaky wheel a little bit of grease. It really has to be a decision that's rooted in what is in the best interest of and safety of our community. That is why we've actually went out. We have hired an engineering firm, or we're in the process of finalizing that. They're going to do what's called a neighborhood traffic safety evaluation. Part of this neighborhood traffic safety evaluation, they use essentially the test that's provided by the ITE, which is the Institute of Trafficking Engineering. I know there's been a lot of concern saying, well, you guys are doing this now when all the snowbirds are gone, so this isn't even going to give you accurate results. Well, fortunately, the idea of snowbirds is not new to the state of Arizona, and in fact, we actually have seasonal adjustment data that ADOT can provide to us. So we know roughly, and it is geographically specific, so it's not for the entire state. We can say, hey, what is the extra traffic we will see as a result of snowbirds either being there when we do the test or are snowbirds not being there when we perform the test? We have completed our speed data. I will tell this board, and there's no secret, that people are not traveling at 25 miles an hour as the speed limit is dedicated. But I will tell you the 85th percentile, and that's what we look at, was about 40. So they are certainly speeding. There are alternatives short of a gate. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that we can address that. But again, that's just one of the factors that our neighborhood traffic safety evaluation is going to come up with. We're in the process of doing the actual traffic count data. And I know there was a lot of expressed concern about people now using the small neighborhoods as a cut through. They actually take all that into consideration. Again, that this isn't a new issue. This isn't something that nobody's ever experienced before. So they know that not everybody cuts through because of the hassle of running into all those stop signs, accelerating, and all those type of things, but they are able to give a pretty good estimate. What we expect, candidly, is probably not until September will we get the full outlay of all of the study. What my recommendation to this board would be is once we get that to come back, and let's publicly talk about it. Let's look at what they're saying because, no matter what decision this board makes, you're either going to upset 50% of people and make 50% really happy, or make those 50% happy, anger the other 50%, or frankly just tick all 100% of people off. I mean, those are the only three real options that you're going to have. So my recommendation is to make it transparent. We've done everything we can to do this as data-focused as we possibly can to get the information to provide to you, and you're going to have to make some tough calls. Obviously, the staff will be making certain recommendations. Legal will make certain recommendations because we are concerned. You heard even the people that said, we want it to be we want there to be a gate, but we want people to be safe. We don't want them flying through. So it really is going to be a safety issue, and we will be making some recommendations likely based on the information that's there just to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in some sort of legal or financial liability. But really, that's the update. So we've got a big mess that you all inherited. We're starting to work through it to try and give you the best information possible, but ultimately it's going to come down to the five of you to make some really difficult decisions, and I would expect those would probably happen sometime September, really October at the very earliest. I think that you'll be able to start making those decisions, and I really, what Supervisor Surdy asked is, can you make sure that people get a realistic expectation of the timeline? I wish I could tell you we could make the decision today. I wish I could tell you we could make the decision a week ago. Frankly, I wish the right decision would have been made in 1981. And I wish we would have corrected it if we screwed up in 2007, but we haven't. We have what we have, and now we have to work forward. And I'll stand for any questions. We do have both Joe Ortiz and Chris Wanamaker here who have much more technical expertise than I do, but I was really just trying to give you an overview so everybody kind of understands what we're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Volkmer. Any questions from the board? Mr. Surdy.
Yes. And some of these will be for Chris Wanamaker, I'm sure. And I appreciate having the discussions like this because while I also appreciate that the big meeting was held at the community church, that can just turn into a shouting match and finger pointing, and you really get nowhere, and you don't get anything documented. The way we're doing it now, everything will be recorded, and eventually when we come out with this, you'll know exactly what the decision is. And I appreciate also the fact that you mentioned that we're starting on this now. If you wait until the fall, then that puts us back another 6 months. We want to have this some kind of a resolution before the next Renaissance Festival because those 2 months are the absolute worst because people do try to take shortcuts, et cetera, through there. You've already answered some of my questions about how the study will happen. So while we have this map up, I want to ask Chris Wanamaker, and this is, I can't really use a cursor here, so I'm going to point to the map and show that there is a triangle of state land that will still be purchased by someone, and there was intention for a road to go through this triangle, and I'm going to point at it on the screen right now. Triangle right there. So one of those roads is probably going to cut through there eventually, right? And that would supersede anything that gets determined on Sleepy Hollow?
Yes, Chairman, Vice Chairman Surtee. So what you're talking about is another potential access for Peralta Canyon. That's the Chevron Trail, which currently ends at the western boundary of the subdivision and is planned to go through in the future when this triangular piece does develop. Now, at one point, the county had a concept of taking that road to the 60, but there was some opposition to that, and we decided maybe we don't want to do that right now for a variety of reasons. So when this triangular piece does develop, it is anticipated that there would be a connection there through that subdivision. But, you know, this parcel of land has to be zoned and has to go through a public process as well. So when that time comes, there'll be opportunity for that discussion.
And if we do use Chevron Trail, then the folks that moved there moved under the same auspices that they were going to have a sleepy little driveway. You then make that into a gathering type route. You're going to almost have there's no way to widen Chevron now. There was another road that cuts through there called Emma, which was built wider. Is it possible that Emma could be the future route?
Yes, you are correct. So, you know, Chevron Trail is a local street with driveways on it. We could potentially have the same issue there as what we have here. And there are potentially other alternatives. You mentioned Emma, even potentially Fossil Springs. One thing that we're going to be doing in the future is we're looking at a regional transportation plan with MAG, Maricopa Association of Governments, and one thing we've asked them to look at is a secondary access for this community, hopefully off of Peralta Trail on the east side, and then that would really give the secondary access and a bypass for the regional park. And then with that, we may not need these other access points. So these are a lot of things that we're still looking at. But certainly, again, when this parcel develops, that's going to be a public process, and we're going to look really carefully at what needs to be done and what kind of impacts we're going to have.
Okay, so my questions are in no order here, and I'm just throwing things out. One of the things that came up is that when Mountain Brook was built, that there was originally going to be another access coming out of Mountain Brook, and the folks wanted it closed, and they just closed it off, and there is no other way out of Mountain Brook. So does that coincide here in any way like that?
I'm not aware of the Mountain Brook issue. That may be a private street. There are several private streets in this community, and with the private street, certainly the owner can make that decision. And I don't know if that's the case there or not, but, you know.
Okay. Had there been a better gate built back when the gate was built after that last meeting, with bike lanes and hiking lanes and a gate more suitable to the other entrances to Peralta, we probably wouldn't be here right now. To what extent might the builder still have financially that if a gate gets built, how would this be all on the county to build this, or is the county or is the builder still involved?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that's something we would have to check with legal on. Do we have any recourse to get them to, you know, in the event that the decision's made to put a gate back, do we have any recourse to get reimbursed? That's a legal question. So,
I think that all over the county, wherever we're building these neighborhoods, if gates are made, I think there should be planning ahead of time to have bicycles and hikers go around them unimpeded, because that's what part of the thing that makes a cool community is to be able to walk from one to the other in the drainages, et cetera. And you'll see down in District 2 where Mike is, we want to have interconnectivity and even horse trails in between. And a lot of people will want to go to the park over there. So that east entrance is interesting. If this were to be opened up, this is one I hear a lot, the traffic would increase even more as word got out there. And the reason why during the Renaissance Festival so many people started using it is they just went to Google because they were stuck in traffic. How can I get to the Renaissance Festival? And Google was directing them through here. And just imagine after a few years, the word got out, this would then become a main route. If that happened, a lot of folks think that there'd be so much backup as they merge onto Kings Ranch Road that we, the county, would then have to put a traffic signal in there, and it would actually be very close to the 60, so you'd have backups at that traffic signal all the way to 60. It's going to really, really increase the traffic. What have we already pondered any of that?
Yes, so as part of this neighborhood traffic safety evaluation that we are going to do with this consultant, is they're going to be looking at not just this specific road and Sleepy Hollow. We'll be looking at other intersections in the vicinity, such as Kings Ranch Road and the intersection of Sleepy Hollow, to see what the impacts are there at that location due to this increase in traffic. And we'll also be looking at Peralta Trail and the traffic, basically the traffic patterns within this community as it pertains to whether the gate is open or not. So,
okay. A couple things we've already determined that people are going above the speed limit, and it is going to be months before a decision is made. I see Joe and Andy back there. As with some other streets, they do make portable speed bumps. Is there any possibility that we could speed bump the speeds down there in the interim until a decision is made?
So typically, when we put in traffic calming measures such as that, we want to make sure it's based on data, based on a report that's, supports the need for that. We can discuss internally whether or not, we have enough information to make that decision earlier. But I would recommend waiting till we have the full report, the full analysis with all the data and all the consideration before we do something like that. But
not putting you on the spot, but you've already said the average speed is 40 with some going 80. I would like to see somebody hit a speed bump at 80.
It wouldn't be pretty.
Yes. Okay, that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Goodman has a question.
Kent, or you mentioned, I'm looking at this right here, and it's really unclear as to what's been developed, what's not. This is a map clear back in 2018. Don't even have the names of some of the roads on here. The road that we're talking about, that little section right there, is that currently paved, or is that all dirt?
It's paved. We do have some more photos, so Natasha's going to help me out and make me look real good here.
Because, as I'm looking at this, the one thing that I'm looking at and considering is, and Jeff already mentioned earlier about some of the issues that we have that I kind of inherited, was Magma Road, for instance. That was always planned to be put through there, and was this subdivision, what did you call it, Sleepy Hollow Drive?
So what we're actually looking at right now is Peralta Canyon Way.
And that's the road that is in question, correct?
So you can see, I'm going to use this here again. You can see where this is where the gate was previously located. See this little yellow to yellow here? There were gates. I think they actually were swinging gates, but that's where it was at. So I do have a couple different images. So here you can actually see when the gate was still there. And you can also see tracks where people drove around the gate.
Yeah. And so the big thing for me is that when it came to Magma Road, for instance, that had been platted and planned and ready to go ahead. But people that bought in Johnson Ranch there, they were under the assumption, or whoever sold them the piece of property, as they had the views out to the south of them, it was all state land. And so when we put in Magma Road, it was strictly for, the biggest thing that we had was the connectivity between the foothills and emergency services. And people want us to do the same thing, is put up an emergency gate. But the reality of that made no sense because we had a high school back there in the backside that needed some access as well. We've been able to mitigate some of the issues as far as the traffic and things of that nature as far as the speed. But one thing that Supervisor Surtee was bringing out was the speed bump issue. I think that's something that really ought to be looked at and considered quite heavily, even at this stage, even before if it merits it, that we put something temporary to help slow down the traffic in that area. If any, at minimum, is we do something like that because, this is already for me personally, if that subdivision, go back to that picture that shows all those homes that are already being built there.
I don't know how to do that, sorry.
So right there, look at that. I mean, whenever this subdivision was first put in, they had to have had 2 access points. This is their second access point, in my opinion, looking at this. Well, and I know that's probably arguable, but let me tell you something. Whenever we talk about Copper Basin had 1 access point, and we all know that here. And so when we brought Gansel around, we opened it up all the way through and put Judd Road in. We have 6,000 homes in that area. With only 1 access point, that makes no sense. And you talk about safety as being a major issue that we're responsible for. That's something that has to be looked at and considered here. So we now have 2 access points, which is a big safety issue for the public. And so that's something that really has to be looked at and considered here, from my personal opinion.
Chair, if I can have 2 real quick responses to the one. The speed bumps, whatever you want to call them, the county has a process in place where we won't put speed humps in unless the public is requesting it. So we actually go out for public solicitation and public support, because what ends up happening is the people that have to drive over them every day get very, very angry. And if we don't have any local public support, the county, we don't have a formal policy, but informally we have not put those in unless the community is supportive of it. The second issue I'd like to bring up, and Supervisor Surtee sort of touched on a little bit, and he said, well, there was this Mountain Brook. There was supposed to be a second. One of the issues that we're dealing with here is, call them old wives' tales or, ghost stories or whatever you want. But a lot of people were told a lot of different things over a really long period of time. Not much of them had any roots in actual reality. I think a lot of times it was best intentions, much like you said, well, the developer was maybe a little soft on details and people were given a less than accurate impression of what was going to happen. We don't have any control of that. That's part of the reason why we want to have this here now. My hope is the county is learning from past mistakes as we continue to develop. I know when that triangle is being developed, we're looking at how do we make sure that we have adequate ingress and egress? How do we make sure that we are not turning neighborhood roads into thoroughfares where people are flying down? So we have a lot of sort of stories that have been told along the years that are not necessarily accurate. And depending on who you talk to and who the real estate agent was, and I'm not blaming anybody because I don't think people are intentionally lying. It's the telephone game. If you remember when you were a kid in elementary school, I went where it rained, and they would tell the first little kindergartner something, and each kindergartner had to tell the story. And by the time it got to the 23rd kid, the story completely changed. That's what we have with sort of what access points were going to be there in this case. And depending on who you talk to in the middle line, you have a very different story. So we are really almost starting from scratch right now. So what I would say is anything that anybody's been told before, if it is not on the plat, if it is not legal, don't believe it. We're really trying to have a fresh start because that's the only way that we can do it moving forward. And I know that's going to make both groups behind me very angry. But that's the reality. That's the only way that we can do it fair and make sure we protect the best interest of our community. But we are looking at speed mitigation. We are talking with the Sheriff's Department, can we increase patrols? Some of the emails we've got. I've lived here for 30 years. I've never once even seen a patrol deputy there. Now, the problem is it's hard to pull them off the streets to patrol neighborhoods, but we are looking at different options. And frankly, one person even mentioned speed cameras. And I don't think anybody wants to see speed cameras. But we are trying to explore all reasonable options, and we're really at the brainstorming session right now. But until we get that neighborhood traffic safety, it's really just shooting in the dark. Once we have that, that can start giving us direction, and that's where we're really going to have that public involvement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, and I don't care who answers it. Now, this road I'm looking at, is that the one that they got up to 80 miles an hour on?
So what happens is they fly. My understanding, I've not personally been
Even
involved
40
with
miles
it,
an hour. This looks pretty short.
but they fly around the corner. They don't stop. So this emergency exit only sign on the backside is a stop sign. So what happens is they start flying down here and they whip around here, or they fly down there and they whip around. So nobody's stopping at these stop signs. And then we've got homes. You can't kind of see them, but if you can imagine, there's homes on either side.
And
So what's happening is they're ignoring traffic signs. So, I mean, we have stop signs. We have things that should work. People are not following the rules of the road.
So you're saying.
And then the emergency exit only. I have never seen that a sign like that on a highway. I'm 70 years old, been driving since I was 10. I've never seen that sign before.
So there was,
swear.
remember, there were gates. So let me see if I can, so you can see the gates there. So it was really done in conjunction with these gates. And again, it was a mitigation effort that was a compromise from the community.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I'm not as engaged in this area. And
Did
I
they have
don't know,
stoplights?
but we need a lot more discussion, and I'm really interested in the data that comes out of all the information you're gathering right now. So thank you.
So you're driving at 10. Did they have
I
stoplights
was.
in town?
I could hotwire a car.
There, great. I don't want to know that. TMI. So, okay.
I was dodging the Kents.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other questions from the board? Any other presentation? Mr. Faulkner, we're done.
So when
So yes, there's a question.
when would we have the next meeting on this?
I would expect probably late September by the time we can get the draft. They get a week after they get all of the data. We get a chance to review it. We can have communication with them, digest it, and then we can do a presentation to the board. So late September, early October, it'll be right in there. Again, we're dependent on a lot of other factors, but I think that's a realistic timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Goodman.
Yeah, because of the citizens that are over here on the right and the things that they're bringing up with the traffic, I really would like to see us somehow step up our law enforcement somehow, some way over in that area to help. A few tickets are going to go a long ways. And, but Sheriff Lama has always said, you go into the neighborhood, and it's mostly the people that are in that neighborhood that are speeding, and I've seen that happen several times. But nonetheless, we can get the message out there with several tickets being issued, and that should kind of help, and then kind of consistently, anyway, setting some. So I think we need to work with our sheriff's department. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Faulkner. Next is item number 5, and I will do something here. I will recess the Board of Supervisors regular meeting and convene the meeting of the Pinal County Flood Control District Board of Directors. And all items, and this is a consent issue, so all items indicated by an asterisk will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the item is called. Are there any items that the board wishes to pull? You have two choices, A and B. None. Okay. So can I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. This Flood Control District Board of Directors meeting is adjourned, and we will convene the Public Health Services District Board of Directors meeting. And this is also consent items. All items indicated by an asterisk will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Are there any items the board wishes to pull?
C.
Supervisor Surtee, C.
I just have one question on it.
So I have item C pulled. Anyone else wish to pull any items? Any member of the public? Seeing none, make it a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the Public Health District's Board as
this thing.
As presented. As presented.
Minus C.
Minus C.
Okay. Wow. So we have a motion for items A through D minus C from Supervisor Goodman.
Second.
You have a second? Thank you. Yes, we'll stumble through this thing. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Item number C. This is discussion approval of contract number CTR 059897 with the Arizona Department of Public Health Services for immunization services. And I believe Dr. Spears is up. And Supervisor Sturdy, you have a question.
So my question is, it says for immunization services, but that's so broad. What immunizations are you talking about? Is this the old traditional childhood or something new, and where does that all go?
Great. Good morning, Chairman McClure, Vice Chair Surdy, board members, Tasha Spears, Public Health. This particular grant for the year is funding that's $216,513 for regular childhood and adult vaccines. So with the attachment that was attached to the agenda, this is for our regular childhood vaccines, as well as some adult vaccines such as tetanus, and it's also for our hepatitis vaccines. So these are our regular vaccines.
So just for general knowledge, all of us old guys up here, we used to always have this done in school. Those ones that we used to get in school, those were done by federal dollars, right? And this is all done locally now?
So these are actually federal pass-through dollars. So they are federal dollars that pass through the state, and then the state disseminates those to us. So they still are federal pass-through dollars. And these are similar to, and probably likely other than the updated ones, similar to those that we used to receive in school. However, they are administered through our public health clinics.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, the federal dollars pass through the Arizona Department of Health Services because of our population. Is that correct?
That's correct, and they actually pass through to every county. Okay. So, yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. So, any other questions? Seeing none. I'm going to get a motion for item C, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve health agenda item C as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, item C passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spears. And we will adjourn the Public Health Services District Board of Directors meeting, and we will reconvene the Board of Supervisors regular meeting. We come to item 7, and Mr. Keller.
Mr. Chairman, this is where I relinquish my seat to outside counsel Andy McGuire to advise you, because we have staff here from the County Attorney's Office that is presenting on behalf of the department. This is an item that was, I believe, continued from last month to see if some items could be worked out or get an update. So I'm going to turn it over to Andy at this point.
Thank you. So this is a hearing and review and action on appeal of hearing officer's decision on ZO-21-0060. You're on.
Chairman McClure, thank you. Vice Chair Sturdy, members of the board. My name is Jim Mitchell. I'm an attorney with the County Attorney's Office. The appeal in this case ultimately should be denied, and the decision of the hearing officer should be affirmed for multiple reasons that I'll get into, but for the main reason that the appellant, Ms. Olson, has been unable to identify any errors or mistakes that were made by the hearing officer in this case. And my goal is to make this process really clear. Ms. Olson appealed the decision of the hearing officer that she was in violation of the code, the county code. And that started a process. And that process, including this hearing today, is governed by Rule 27 of the Civil Hearing Office rules. It governs the appeals process. And I'll point out just a couple things that I think are important. Rule 27.4 specifies that the Board of Supervisors' review of the hearing officer's decision shall be limited to the record of proceedings before the hearing officer, and no new evidence may be introduced. And then Rule 27.8 talks about the oral argument process. So what I'm doing right now and what Ms. Olson will have the opportunity to do. And that rule specifies that the oral argument shall be based on the record, and there shall be no presentation of new evidence in oral argument, meaning the date of this hearing, which was January 13, 2022, that's the important date here. That's the date that governs this proceeding and this board's review of the record and ultimately the decision in the appeal. And that's important because of that purpose that I said at the beginning, is that you're here to decide whether the hearing officer made a mistake or an error, and that's based on the record of those proceedings. It can't be based on new information that happened since then. She can't be found to have made a mistake on new information. So really the options are that you have, based on your review of that record of the hearing at the hearing office, is you can affirm that decision, basically saying that we find no mistake or error in those proceedings. You can reverse that decision where you'd be saying we find that there was a mistake or there was an error that was done. Or you can vacate the proceedings, basically saying that the hearing officer perhaps didn't have evidence that the hearing officer needed. And so you could vacate and remand it back to the hearing office to really do the hearing over again at that level. So those are the decisions before you. I would just point out I had an opportunity to review the record of those proceedings at the hearing office, including this transcript. And the evidence that was presented to the hearing officer was that the address in question is in Pinal County, in this jurisdiction, that Ms. Olson was identified as the owner of that property, and it was established that that property was zoned CR1A residential. And then the hearing went into the allegations, and evidence was presented by way of testimony of Code Compliance Officer Heather Wright and also a neighbor nearby who had filed the initial complaint that got the investigation and got the case going. That person was at the hearing and provided testimony. There was also photos presented to the hearing officer that she looked at and reviewed in making that decision. And when she took all that evidence into consideration, she decided that under the code, the county code, that Ms. Olson was in violation of 4 counts, namely having scrap metal and debris in violation of the code, an inoperable RV was on the property, a large dump truck, and a large storage container was on the property. And that specific property is not zoned to have those items, and she found that the owner was in violation. So really, that's what I wanted to point out to this board. Ms. Olson, after that hearing, she filed an appeal, and she put the reason for the appeal, and that's specified in Rule 27.2. And the reason she put for appealing was, I believe she listed one of the counts of the 4 counts, and then she put remedied afterwards. And as I said before, that's really, that's really not an error or a mistake that the hearing officer made or could have made. So it's really an improper basis for appealing. And as much as we might want to know what has happened since then, and as important as that is, that we acknowledge, for purposes of this hearing, it's not relevant, and it's not something to be taken into consideration when deciding whether the hearing office made a mistake or an error. So that being said, I'm asking that this board affirm the decision by the hearing officer and deny the appeal. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You gave the three options: affirm,
reverse, or vacate and remand.
And remand. If it was remanded back, does the new evidence get be admissible? And if we remanded it back,
I don't believe so, and counsel here might be better suited to answer that question. I don't believe so. I think it would still be limited to that hearing, but I'll defer to counsel.
Let me hear from our attorney.
McGuire.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Miller, if your remand directs that a hearing with additional evidence since the last hearing is held, that's what the hearing officer will do, and then the decision will be rendered on whatever was available to the hearing officer at that point. It's a point-in-time issue, so that if at that time new evidence is brought, at least the hearing officer and everybody else involved has the opportunity to review it and to provide their own evidence.
And I get the part about you can't bring in new evidence on the if you're just appealing. But if it was remanded back, would the new evidence be able to be looked at?
As part of your directive to remand back, you would need to
need to specify
direct the hearing
that.
officer to do that.
Okay, that was my question.
I have somewhat of a follow-up. Would there need to be some kind of basis to vacate and remand?
The question for the board is whether or not there is a requirement for a basis for remand, and your rules do not have a specified basis for remand or reversal, frankly, in that. So what we have done typically is that your remand has been handled under whatever conditions you all set on it at the time. So,
okay. If I may,
go ahead.
And not knowing the evidence, the new evidence, is it material enough that it might change the outcome? There lies the question.
and there lies the dilemma as well. Because as an appellate body, you're stuck with the record as it was, not as it has evolved since then. And so your ability to make that determination, if you believe that there is testimony that's consistent that would send it back, then you do that. It really is, you're stuck with the procedure that has been adopted by the board, and frankly, it's consistent with due process. I mean, that you should not have the opportunity after the hearing officer or the fact finder has done their work to change the facts. And so if you believe that it should go back based upon what you've seen in the record so far, not necessarily new information is presented. And that's kind of a chicken and egg problem, I understand, but that's where we are.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Supervisor Goodman.
Thank you. Is there a way that we can change that process? Because, I mean, all along, our whole goal and objective is to bring into compliance, right? And so is there a way that we can change that process? I thought I heard you say something about we as a board can set, there's some precedences that, or anyway, is there a way we can change that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Goodman, the challenge you have is that due process is meant to be fair for everyone at the fact-finding stage. And the fact-finding stage is in front of the hearing office. So if you changed your process to have the appellate body receiving new information, it's akin to when the court occasionally will take new evidence or hear it on its own merits. So there is some precedent for it. I'm just not sure I've ever seen it at the hearing office level. Typically, the goal of getting compliance happens long before it gets to the hearing office. That usually those citations only come after significant efforts to try and get compliance. So by the time you get to the hearing officer, we're pretty far down the road almost all the time. So I think if you threw a wrench in there, it would cause the hearing officer's role to multiply quite a bit and be a very odd due process issue.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the Supervisor Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chairman. So I think we did this because we know that, we delayed it because we know that if the county cleans the property up, it'll cost a lot more than $3,000. And we were hoping, I think, that the person would come bring the property into compliance. So I think that's sort of why we did this. But what we're saying is we can't hear additional evidence to determine if the property was brought into compliance. Is that right?
Supervisor Kavanaugh, that's correct because
This location, at this venue.
Right. This odd hearing, we call it like a quasi-judicial hearing, in that your role in this hearing is to review the proceedings at the hearing office level, what's in that record, and decide if the hearing officer made a mistake there. So I will just kind of piggyback on what counsel said, and I'll apply it to this case in particular. There is an exhaustive process to help the property owner come into compliance, and that was done in this case. And it was really kind of a last resort, is to take the case to the hearing office level. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Is the appellant here, Linda Olson, or a representative? I don't think so. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'd ask for a motion here.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to affirm the hearing officer's findings.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. And now, goodbye, Mr. McGuire. Thank you for coming. Welcome back, Mr. Keller. We now come to item 8. Items 8 and 9 will be discussed together, and our presenter is Ms. Dokar. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, and board members. Sangeeta Devkar presenting the next case, PZ 006-21 and PZPD 006-21. It's a rezone and a pad overlay. The proposal consists of two parts, as I said, approval of a rezone for 704 acres from multiple zones, SR, CR3, CR4, CR5, and CB1 pad, to R7 pad, MD pad, MR pad, and C1 pad. The first proposal is, as I talked about, was the rezone. This is a pad overlay, again requesting modification of the development standards for Midway 1 planned area development overlay. There was an existing pad, which is the PZPD 043-98, and this amendment or the pad overlay is only for a portion of the 3,500 acres. One can see that this earlier pad was approximately 22 years back. That was entitled, this area. And this size for the amendment is only 704 acres. This location is along west of North Highway 347, north of West Louis Johnson Drive Road in Maricopa area. There are multiple owners, FB5 LLC, Entitlements LLC, Meridian 80 LLC, Trust Point LLC, and the applicant agent is Seth Keeler from West Holdings, and the agent is Andy Barron from ABLA. The county map showing the location of this project, the proposals, and one can see that at the south of the city of Maricopa in the central western portion of the county. The area map showing the location and the red area showing the whole 704 acres, surrounded by the northern portion residential, eastern residential, southern is part of the larger pad, and the western is the state land. The comprehensive plan for this area is moderate low density, 1 to 3.5 dwelling units per acre, and you can see that it is largely the same density. The mid-intensity activity center is along the 347 southern portion of this larger pad. The existing zoning, again, zoomed into this area, showing the SR pads, the CR3 pad, CR4 pad, CR5, and CB1 pad. The CB1 is showing in the northeast, southeast, and southwest of the area. And one can see that the way the zoning was, it is a kind of a bubble diagram, and that is what is moved to change for the proposal. This is the aerial map showing again, the same area. The inset shows the pad amendment area, but it also shows the extent of the larger Midway 1 pad. And the aerial shows that it is pretty much undeveloped at this point in time. Just to give you a perspective and understanding of the 3,500 approximately acres and the portion that is going for the amendment, I've shown that zoom down of the area that is being proposed for the rezone and the pad overlay. Some findings of the original pad: the density was 3.8 dwelling units per acre, and the acre for 3,500 acres. And some of the errors in the earlier narrative showed that the total area coming up to 3,544 acres, totaling 3,540. And the amendment area had 100 acres difference, approximately, 140. However, there's no change in that section area and no changes in the roadways. So there was this error earlier. Midway 1 pad amendment area showing the existing zoning and the proposed zoning. One can see that large portion is proposed for R7 zoning, with the southeast corner with the multiple dwelling, the multiple residence zone, and the commercial zone, which is along the 347, sorry. Development plan for Midway 1 pad amendment area. This shows the way the site plan has been laid out, and one can see that the entry points have been along the John Wayne Parkway, SR 347. One is to the southern portion, which has the commercial and the multiple dwelling, which has the higher densities. The northern portion, which kind of leads into the major collectors and into the large central park shown in green. There's a school site along that major collector. Southern Lewis Johnson Drive also has 2 access points, and also similarly on the Green Road, which is on the western portion of this amendment area, having 2 points of access, again as major collectors. The whole area has been very well connected, and the circulation being laid out with major and minor collectors, interconnecting small spaces within the residential zones, and then they kind of flow into the larger central community park. The drainage channel along the northern portion and the western portion collects the stormwater, and they have been the retention basins have been located very strategically to ensure that the water is taken off into the drainage channels. The open space and recreation plan for Midway 1, again, this is also showing the open space which for 704 acres is approximately 111.70 acres, which is 18% of that large area. One can also see that the way they have been interspersed has been ensuring that all residences and phases have equal opportunities to access those through trails and connections made via these greenways. The land data and density, the pad amendment area total is 704 acres. The total number of units is 2,934 dwelling units. The proposed overall density comes to 4.2 dwelling units per acre. The overall table shows the different areas, with the school area being 10.5 acres, the park being approximately 10 acres, overall open space 18.10%, and the number of units, that is 2,934 dwelling units. The phasing plan showing the way the phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 have been shared. The phase 2 includes the larger central amenity, that is the park, which is going to be in the phase 2. And phase 5 includes the commercial with the multifamily and the multiple residence zone. Circulation trails connectivity plan, again showing that the way the layout for the roadways and the trails that have been very well connected, as I talked about earlier, the way those green community, I would say neighborhood parks are connected to the larger park with sidewalks, concrete trails, and there's a perimeter trail also. The conceptual trail sections have been added and shared in your documents that were shared with you. Some pictures taking into the north of this property, to the south, east, and the west. One can see that it's largely undeveloped land. Some items for the board's consideration. The amendment area is 704.05 acres. Access points along all the 3 roads have been very well designed, very well spaced. Density is coming to 4.2 for 2,934 dwelling units. Housing alternatives have been multiple residence, mixed dwelling with single-family housing variety of 3-lot mixes based on the current market demands. The drainage channel along north and east of the development ensures stormwater management with strategic locations of retention basins within the development provided. Traffic circulation within the community has been designed to handle traffic generated within major and minor collectors for traffic movement and dispersal. All road improvements and associated development would be conducted phase-wise as shared in the traffic impact assessment document. Open space of 18% comes to 111 acres that have been designed, planned with parks, amenities, trail systems that connect open spaces through well-laid-out pedestrian network. Planning and zoning recommended approval with 1 stipulation for the zoning and 16 stipulations for the pad overlay. And I'm open for any questions if there are from the board.
Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none.
No, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the area map, the area map would, how close is it to the city of Maricopa?
The city of Maricopa is to the north portion. Let me just get the map.
It's about 5 miles, more or less.
I thought it was closer, and I'm just trying to get a reference of the location.
You can see that in
4 miles.
I would say 5 to 6 miles, approximately.
Okay, I don't know. It's just high density in the middle, what would be in the middle of nowhere. And I just was curious if the city of Maricopa had any thoughts or concerns or comments about it. But
The city of Maricopa, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr.
The City of Maricopa Planning Director did reach out to us with questions of whether we considered their planning areas and extensions or annexations that could possibly happen. At this point, we do work with the cities and to look and work with them. However, at this point, we do not see that happening really in a very short future. Besides that, the entitlement for this pad has already been there 22 years back. They have come in for an amendment.
It is in their planning area, though.
In the extended planning area, it's not. Yes.
The extended.
Yes, it is.
One type. Okay. All right. Well, it's just an observation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none. I see the applicants are sitting in the audience. Would you care to present also?
Sure. They also have a presentation, and thank you.
Mr. Fish, how are you?
No. Actually,
Nope.
Chairman, Supervisors, my name is Andy Barron.
I'm sorry. Wrong.
It's okay.
I had the names wrong. I do know Mr. Keeler, but I was like, okay, I guess. I had a shot.
It's the haircut, right? Address for the record, 310 East Rio Salado Parkway. We're here in Tempe. Here on behalf of W Holdings regarding the Midway application. I have to say, Sangeeta did a fantastic job running through this. I have much of the same material. I'll breeze through a couple of things just to try to add some additional color, maybe address a couple of questions that have come up as you all were talking. But we'll start. I have a couple other graphics that might be a little bit more meaningful here. So first off, this vicinity map, we are about 5.5 miles, I believe, from the city of Maricopa. Interestingly enough, their planning area ends at their boundary today, but every municipality has an extended overlay. And in this case, it has definitely been an interest of Maricopa to expand their property boundaries, but they really don't have a means to do so because it has to be contiguous property for it to be annexed.
Right.
So it is a highly complex process that would require major general plan amendment and likely a year plus of time to achieve. So Maricopa has reached out to many landowners in the area, but they really haven't been able to kind of cobble together that plan to date.
Sure.
So as Sangeeta pointed out, we are processing a portion of Midway 1 as a PAD amendment, so it does require us to rezone and require us to restate our PAD overlay. Much of that requirement has to do with us basically updating our standards to the current county standards. As you can see, we have zoning districts that are 20 years old, and we're bringing those up to snuff. And really the reality of it is that the scale of this project, as I kind of walk through a couple of things, is going to be quite large, and this is just the first piece of it. So it's obviously located in a fantastic location, Lewis Johnson Parkway, ultimately on the future I-11 alignment and the 347. So this is kind of what I was alluding to, is that right now you notice that we're amending that northern portion, and part of that is for us to be able to bring to market, you know, this concept of a master planned community, a brand-focused master planned community in that northwestern quadrant of Pinal County, by amending that PAD for that portion to the north. Ultimately, our goal is to combine all of these other PADs that you see on the screen, so south of Lewis Johnson, into one overall PAD. The challenge inherently with the acreage that large is that under our current ordinance requirements, we would have to plat effectively all of it. And a project of that scale will develop over generally a 35 to 50 year period. So it's pretty significant. So riding on the coattails of what we processed with staff previously was a text amendment for ultimately what became the Atessa project, which provided us the MP-CMP zoning category. Staff has worked on, and I believe has passed, or this board has passed, the LCMP or MPC category, which will allow us a vehicle to define criteria that will ultimately allow development to occur on the remainder of this property. So that's our next goal here. So what you're seeing is the first piece of a much larger master planned community. Sangeeta touched on this. We were in front of you several years ago at this point, effectively asking to move the mid-intensity activity center further south so that it's on the proper location for the future I-11 corridor. I think we all agreed that made a whole lot of sense, and our future zoning case will address the uses in that area. Again, Sangeeta pointed this out. I think what's important to note on the left there for me, I guess supposedly on the right for you all, is that the original zoning case had a whole lot of golf course planned on it, and some business in areas, and some higher density units even than what we're showing in that area. We felt that it wasn't logical, that the pattern of development that's been further to the north, that's transitioning to the south, is more consistent with what we're showing today. And ultimately, the golf courses don't make a whole lot of sense in today's market. I spend quite a bit of time these days rezoning golf courses to residential communities. So further zoomed in, again, old zoning categories transitioning to a new zoning category. We've already kind of talked about that. I think the big point here is that there were some discrepancies in the original PAD, which Sangeeta did point out. Ironically, I guess data that was 20 plus years old, boundary surveys didn't match. The unit count was approved higher than what the general plan allowed, so we had kind of a non-conforming zoning issue. So we're kind of cleaning all of that up. So our request actually loses units to what's currently approved and allows us to develop the plan that we're showing here. Important to note that we are providing somewhat of a regional solution here to some drainage that's further to the southwest. And the rest of Midway, as we plan and develop it further to the south, will continue to address some of the flooding issues that were in the area. So we'll let Seth be the hero for allowing us to come in and fix some of those drainage issues that are here. But at the same time, we're also providing development consistent with what we're seeing to the north. My office is working on several other communities to the north and to the west and to the south of this area. Generally, a lot of interest and a lot of home builders looking to develop in this region. So we have worked fairly closely with staff, specifically on traffic locations and ADOT to obtain those two locations that are shown in our traffic impact analysis on the 347. Those will ultimately be signalized. And really what we're going after here is to create a highly connected, very pedestrian-friendly, very modern agrarian-themed master plan. We really want this village to establish the front door to ultimately the larger Midway project. So this criteria lives within our standards. This establishes development requirements for different housing options, again, to add to the diversity of housing stock within Pinal County, which we know is an important goal. The roadways, Sangeeta touched on this, hierarchy, 347 being the most significant, Lewis Johnson being sort of secondary, Green Road being tertiary, and then we have collectors that run east-west and north-south. So a very highly connected vehicular community, which ultimately leads to a highly connected pedestrian community, which is shown on this next graphic. So our focus when we started planning this was to make sure that we made it easy for folks to be able to access trail corridors and open space within their neighborhoods. And the parks networks have been planned as such that each park experience will be slightly different. So we're not going to have an overly repetitive system here. We want people to be able to live and experience the community, walk from one activity to the next, to the extent that we plan these trail corridors. So this is showing the trail corridors, sections 2 and 3 there that are on the north and south side of the project. Again, a very large loop. And when we plan these projects, we really look at opportunities for us to create what I would consider a large loop. So maybe somebody who wants to go out and jog or ride a bike and can do a 5-mile turn versus somebody who might be pushing a stroller that wants to go out for 20 minutes, push the kid, run a mile, and come back. So that's what we've done here, is created a series of different concentric loops. Landscape plan, we've established different hierarchies of character that will be displayed through the collector networks and open space, and that's been drafted in the OSRAP and has actually been put in practice currently in our pre-plat work that we've already submitted. Open space, Sangeeta touched on, so I won't spend too much time on that. But wanted to make sure that we show, again, level of program and our commitment to quality on this master plan, that we are enacting a series of parks that will be paying homage to the historical agricultural character of the community. So you'll see a lot of patterning as we start going through things. The idea that neighborhoods come in on green space, that we have quality neighborhood parks that residents can utilize, and we've established minimum standards for those since a lot of them haven't been designed as of today. Obviously, the platting process is secondary. This one's always fun for me to show. We like to look at walls and ensure that when we do place them, that they're not long contiguous runs of them. So you'll notice that there's a lot of breaks and relief, that we want that openness to be visible, that we've designed a series of quality materials and colors that we plan to integrate within the community. And then it's always important for us to make a big statement. You know, this is the front door to 7,000 acres for us. So we want to make sure that people know where they're going, where they've arrived, and what that character feels like as they get there. So we plan to include this at the north portion of our project, heading south on the 347. And ultimately, as we plan in the future portions of Midway, we expect that we'll likely have another front door further to the south and possibly a couple more front doors coming off the I-11. So we may have some derivatives of this type of feature. Important as well, the scale of this project, we know over time that each portion of it as it develops will probably develop a slightly different character. So for this first portion, we've established this more modern agricultural interpretation that will be a part of this community. And as we work into different villages, there may be, again, deviations of that we would define in the future zoning case. So neighborhood level monumentation. And then important for us, we don't know today what's going to be developed on the hard corner here, but staff did ask us to kind of think through what could be there. And this is us just playing, you know, visionary of what might be there from a retail experience, what might be there from a housing component. We do have some higher density residential that we are asking to be permitted in this area, but we don't know exactly when that would occur. But the vision of it, that the setting of it, how it fits in with the fabric of what we're planning, we feel it's a good complement. I'm sure the question is going to come up, and I'm going to say it now. That hard corner there, we do not own. It is not part of our zoning case. We did try, but that landowner decided to keep their property. And then the phasing. If we had a crystal ball, we could hopefully get really close. I'm hoping that we've done a good job here. But the phasing of it, as you can see, we will start kind of at the northeast corner and ultimately work to the southwest corner. And then we're holding out that mixed use and higher density residential to the very end. So we have already filed our preliminary plat, which is for the entire area that you see kind of in multicolors with the exception of the Phase 5 elements, which are the mixed residential areas and the commercial. We ultimately will be working into submitting final improvement plans, and then the next step for us was combining and working on the larger entitlement area. So again, just to recap, everything that's kind of south of that red boundary on the top, we'll be working on and working closely with staff on another amendment to combine. So with that, we request your approval for the two overlays, the zoning case and the PAD overlay. We'll establish the standards for the amendment area and then process our plats. And we're excited to deliver a high-quality master plan community, Pinal County. So with that, I'll happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? None. All right.
Easy.
You got off easy. Yes,
Right.
you did. All right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. This is there's now a public hearing. I'd open the collective public hearing for items 8 and 9. Anyone from the public wish to speak? Going once, going twice. Sold. No one from the public. This public hearing is closed. And I would ask the board again if they have any questions or comments. Seeing none, then I would move to ask for a motion for item 8.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve item number 8 as presented with one stipulation.
All right.
Second.
A motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. And I would, we've been discussing item number 9. Again, it's a public hearing. Anyone care to speak from the public? Seeing none, public hearing is closed, and I would ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve item 9 as recommended with 16 stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to call a 10-minute recess here. Discuss together. The presenter is Evan Evangelopoulos. Evan, good morning.
Good morning. There you go. Board of Supervisors, Mr. Chairman, my name is Evan. Good morning. My name is Evan Evangelopoulos, a planner with Pinal County Planning Division. And today I am presenting a project up on Hunt and close to Thompson. It's 4 cases. It includes a Santan plan amendment, separation from an old PAD, a rezoning, and a PAD all together. So first is the separation of the project from the Santan Heights old PAD. And it's an amendment to the Santan Heights plant area development to remove, it's about 100 acres. Currently, it's mostly CB2. And next is the non-major comprehensive plan amendment for the Santan Valley Special Area Plan, where about 1/4 of the project is changed from community center to urban transitional. So we have the rezoning from currently CB2 mostly to C3, MR, and R7. And of course, these will be rezoned to C3 pad, MR pad, and R7 pad for the whole project. So the location is along Hunt Highway, about 1,100 feet southeast of the intersection of Hunt and Thompson. Landowner is Borgata Ventures. The agent is iPlan Consulting with Greg Davis here. The development area is about 100 acres, and there are 663 developing units proposed. So there is about 4 parcels. About 1/4 is the commercial. There's about 1/4 is a single family, and there's 2 multifamily developments. This is the approximate location of the project. This is the actual area of the project. This is on an aerial photograph. You see down here, this is the piece that is being, its land use designation, it's changed from community center. And this is the project again, the 4 cases. It's mostly surrounded right now by residential development. This is being built right now. Also, this is under development. This is the only part that's fully developed right now. This piece and this across Hunt are under development, under construction, as I will show you. So Santan Valley Special Area Plan, this is the land use is designated as community center. This is currently community center, and the applicant is requesting an urban transitional designation to be able to accommodate some single-family detached as a transition to the projects to the south.
Quick clarification. When you say community center, what is community center?
It does not clearly allow single-family detached. So it is it's higher density. It mostly allows retail and multifamily developments.
Okay.
Can I?
Supervisor Miller.
Then
Yes.
give me an example of urban transitional.
An example of urban transitional. It's also retail. It also allows single family. I don't have an example of an urban transitional in the county, but it provides kind of a middle ground between the community center and the suburban.
If I bought a piece of urban transitional, what could I build on it?
I can pull out.
Maybe I'll ask it that way.
Yeah, that's a very good question. There, I don't have the exact developments right now. There's a certain density also that varies between the different designations of the Santan Valley Plan. So
Then you got the Santan plan on top of this, or overlays some of the decision-making that's done on this area.
actually, it replaces the comprehensive plan in this area.
Oh, it replaces
It replaces
entirely.
it entirely, yes. So an applicant who has to submit in this area has to follow the Santan Valley area
Santan
plan.
Valley area.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. Well, the mystery of the urban transitional exists.
No, I understand. I can pull, if you really want the answer, I can pull it up right now and find out.
No, it's up to the chairman.
It's really straightforward.
We're good.
Okay. So this is the site plan of the development, of the proposed development. This is the commercial area. These are the multifamily units, although this is single family attached, and this is a multifamily. And this is the single family proposed in the urban transitional. This is a rendered overview of the project. So these are the single-family attached. These are the multifamily units, and these are the single-family detached. And that's the commercial area. I have a couple of blow-ups here. This is the multifamily area that has also an exit to Thompson. And this is the southern section with the single family attached, and the piece of the commercial area.
So,
Yes.
question, so in backing up here, Thompson is the road on the left side of this?
Yes, this is Thompson over there, yes.
Okay. In a lot of these presentations, I mean, we see these close-up views, but we don't see the future plan. So, like roadway plans. So, is Thompson going to be extended to the north to go up?
Thompson is already connects to Hunt.
Right.
There's an intersection.
Is it going further though? Is it going up the Empire?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
It is.
Okay.
It'll go all the way down to Empire.
Okay. Keep going north. And then Hunt Highway, will there be a light there?
There's a light there already. It's up here at the intersection of Thompson and Hunt.
Okay.
There's a traffic light.
And then can you back up one screen there?
Down here?
There you go. So will there be another light along the
Yes.
Hunt Highway here?
I think there's already a traffic light there at that intersection.
At what? At
Mount? No, not yet.
At Mount Vista,
At Mount-
which is down, right there.
Down there, yes. There's another traffic light there, right?
So the egress from this will be difficult. I mean, if you're trying to go northwest on Hunt Highway, it'll be difficult to come out of there because unless you just wait for the traffic to stop. I mean,
I guess, yeah.
But midway through.
Go ahead.
Midway through there, up on Hunt Highway, where the break point is, right there, between the two commercial. There's going to be a light there. If Andy was around here, there's Brent's here.
Brent will have to do.
And then that road will extend all the way down to, it does already through the one subdivision on the south side, right, or on the north side.
Yes, sir.
And that will extend all the way through, correct?
Yes, sir. So there's multiple access points or options for folks in and out of here. We've talked about Thompson, the fact that it goes through and there's a signal there. There's also this centroid, this access point here to Hunt, as well as if you're in this single-family community, you have the ability to come down here and come out on this boulevard as well, because this connects to the south.
Connect to the south to
Yes.
whatever that is, right? Okay.
Yes. So there's multiple ways in and out, and then obviously there's going to be several right-in, right-outs from these individual development pieces as well,
Okay.
if that makes sense onto Hunt Highway.
I think it would be helpful in future presentations that we see a larger overview of traffic flow.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the developer actually made an attempt to connect this proposal directly to Mountain Vista, but it did not work out. These are some of the home examples, product examples for the multifamily. And this is the single family attached. And this is looking northeast across Hunt right now where the development is occurring. And when you suggested having an overview of circulation, you meant future roads?
Future roads, we can see like, okay, because what happens is,
okay,
I know, and Mike's aware of this, people, oh my gosh, you can't get out on the road, you can't do this,
Okay.
because it's so terrible
Okay.
right now. But what's going to happen in the future?
That's right.
To mitigate that issue, and
Okay.
so we need to be able to see that. We need to be able to educate on that, so
Absolutely.
that we can calm the crowds a little bit.
I understand. Thank you. So this is looking at the northeast, towards the northeast across Hunt. Let's look at northwest. This is that's the intersection with Thompson over there. There's a Circle K and a few other stores there right now, the commercial. This is looking to the southwest, pretty much across from Hunt. This is southeast. That's the other traffic light on Mountain Vista that we're talking about. And this is looking south to Santa Ana Heights Boulevard. That's the other exit that Brent mentioned. That would connect to Mountain Vista. And this is looking west on Thompson, which is currently undeveloped.
Okay. Question, Mr. Supervisor Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you go back to on the screen there where you show the development that's going on the north side of Hunt Highway there.
Let's see. This one or here?
Right there.
Okay.
You notice that there's the ability to extend that in there to 3 lanes.
Okay.
Is that what's going to occur on the north side, south side as well?
As far as I know, the extension of 3 lanes will not happen for a long time.
No, I understand that,
Yeah.
but we're planning for that.
Okay.
Correct?
I have not heard that.
Right away going to be there because that's something that I've been arguing a lot when it comes to
Okay.
these type of developments, especially high density like this. We got to move that traffic in and out of there, and that's the biggest problem
understand.
that we're going to get. And so when it comes to these projects, we need to make sure that the developers and those that are doing these projects, like we did on the north side there, there's capacity for 3 lanes when the time comes. We just need to make sure that we're doing it on both sides, especially with that high density that you're looking at right there.
8 units.
Okay.
8 units to the acre. That's
That's a lot. And so, I mean, that's one thing that we've got to look at very strongly when it comes to the planning stage, making sure that they're planning on making that available. And I know the applicant's here, and he'll probably can speak to that.
Yes, and as far as I know, I've talked with transportation in Pinal County, our division, and as far as I've heard, it's going to be a while before there's going to be a
I understand that,
Okay,
but we've
all right.
got to plan. That's it.
Okay.
That's the bottom line
Okay.
for me.
Understood.
Here comes Brent.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Miller.
It's having them dedicate that right of way to us now, and then we have the ability. We don't have to go and purchase it. And it's not hard to go out and find where you find these bottlenecks, and that's because those right-of-ways were not, dedicated at the time of the development. So it is important. I'm glad you brought that up, Supervisor Goodman.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Goodman, as part of the ultimate approval of this project, they're going to have to complete a traffic impact analysis that doesn't only look at current traffic, but future traffic plus projections. And that's how it's determined the right-of-way dedications that are required based on the classification of the roadway. So it's something that happens at the Public Works Department between Transportation Planning and Mr. Wanamaker's office. But they will be required to submit a TI and have it approved. Has the TI been approved yet?
It's been submitted and accepted, yes.
So that will be part of the process. It's been submitted, apparently.
So, but back to my question then, is that being planned for 3 lanes on that side?
Yes, sir.
At some time, okay, that's all I need to know.
If that's all you need to know, then.
Well,
Okay.
I'm caught.
On this issue.
On this issue, okay.
On this
okay.
issue, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Supervisor, sir?
No.
Kavanaugh? No? Okay. Go ahead. Go
Any
ahead.
other questions on traffic? And so just to summarize here at the end, the submitted applications for these requests are for approval of a severance from the Santan Heights PAD, a Santan Valley area plan, minor amendment, a rezoning, and a PAD. So if the applications are approved, the subject property will be rezoned from CB2 pad and CR5 pad to CR3 pad, MR pad, and R7 pad. And development proposes 663 units on about 100 acres of land. I say here 1 letter in opposition has been received at the time of this submittal. I have 3 letters actually at this point. And I'm going to. The property has legal access, and as both a residential project and a commercial project, new residents will support existing and planned commercial development, and each new additional resident will create demand for additional local serving retail. I'm adding this. I know there are concerns for taking some commercial out, but actually by adding more a denser development, we're supporting retail at the same time. So this is a request for approval with no stipulations for the severance, no stipulations for the Santan Valley amendment, 1 stipulation for the rezoning, and 7 stipulations for the PAD. Any additional questions?
I don't see any. Is that the end of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Then we have the applicant here, Greg Davis, I believe, of IP Land, Iplin.
However you want to pronounce it.
However we go, okay.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, my name is Greg Davis with iPlan Consulting, and I'm here on behalf of Peggy Galeb and the Galeb companies who've owned this land for over 20 years now. I have a presentation that covers some of what Evan covered, so I'll skip around a little bit, and I apologize for that. But I wanted just to give you a little more background about the property, kind of explain how we got to where we are, and how we plan to proceed moving forward. So let's see if I can figure out how to move forward. Okay. So here's an aerial kind of showing the site and its surrounding areas. You have Thompson Road to our northwest. And you do have an existing signal here at Hunt Highway. Hunt Highway comprises our northeast boundary. We are going to be extending Santan Heights Boulevard, which bifurcates our property right now. It aligns with the connection to the Fulton project to the north. And our TAA does recommend a signal at that location, so a signal will be going in as part of our development of our project. We
we also have access to this exit road here, but it's basically coming back through the community, so we don't think that'll be utilized too much. So our main forms of access to Hunt Highway are going to be Thompson Road as well as Santan Heights Boulevard at this location here. But as you can see, the property is really filling in. This is the last portion of the Santan Heights master plan community. So it's almost in a infill situation as we look at it from a planning perspective. This is the comprehensive plan or the overlay showing that the property has the community commercial land use classification. That allows 75% of the uses we're proposing here. We have the commercial, we have the multifamily, we have the single family attached. What it doesn't allow is a single family detached, and the reason we're putting that in is for the residents to the south as a land use transition, because that neighborhood is almost exclusively single-family detached homes, and I'll show that here in another slide. But that is the reason why we're asking for that comprehensive plan amendment, minor amendment. Zoning map you can see here. And this is the master plan that was approved back in around 2000. The site is highlighted in red there, and as you can see, the initial concept for this 100 acres was all residential. That's what it was originally planned for back in that time frame. Unfortunately, it was one of the later phases, and in 2007, 2008, obviously we ran into a bit of a recession from a single-family home standpoint. So there wasn't much of a future for single-family development for this property. So Peggy and Larry Miller, who was the master plan developer of this project, got together and hatched a concept for an actual a resort to come into this area. And so they decided to rezone the entire 100 acres to commercial. And that's how it got to be commercial zoning. So they had grand plans for a resort and auxiliary uses, et cetera. Those plans never came to fruition. That plan fizzled out in like 2010, I believe, 2012. So since that time frame, basically the last 10 years, the Galebs have been trying to locate commercial uses for this property. And they've had some interest, in mini storages and car washes and the things that, we really don't want to see here. It's a 100-acre property, so it really is a lot of commercial acreage to fill. And working with Phoenix Commercial Advisors, they just couldn't find a way to make that happen. So, they got together with land planning and other commercial brokers and, said, how can we make commercial viable here? Because they're commercial developers. They developed the Walmart right down the road. That's where their background is, and that's what they want to develop this site as. But they realized they just can't do 100 acres of it. So they came up with a concept that would support as much commercial as possible, and that original study came to be about 10 to 15 acres. But by adding density, we're increasing the amount of users that will actually support this site. We're bringing in more disposable income, which is a vital component to retail generation. And that is why we're bringing forward this plan that you have here that kind of mixes all those uses together and makes the whole site much more viable than it exists today. So let's skip over that here. This is the land plan that Evan shared with you, and it has basically 4 components, 23 acres of commercial. So even though the brokers are saying 15 is really the right number, Peggy wants to expand that as much as possible at the guidance of the county wants to see as much as possible as well. So 23 acres is what we've planned for, which allows for about 100,000 square feet of retail uses that are split up into 2 parcels. You have the parcel on the northwest, which is where you'll have an anchor use, technically, or hopefully a second anchor, a minor anchor, and then you'd have various pad and inline retail uses. The site to the southeast would be more for individual standalone uses, whether it's restaurants or retail, et cetera. So they're on both sides of that intersection. Obviously, that intersection is vital to the success of this commercial center. We're surrounding the major commercial center with the more intensive multifamily use. I say more intensive because it is dense at 10 units per acre, but it's all single-story, mostly detached units. So from a lifestyle standpoint, it's actually not very intense. But compared to traditional single-family homes, the density certainly reflects that. Across the street on the other side is a single-family for-sale product. It is attached like a townhome product plan there. So again, that is something that's currently permitted under the current general plan designation, and it comes in at about the same 10 units per acre. The parcel along the south, as I mentioned earlier, is where we're asking for a comprehensive plan minor amendment. It's 25 acres for a single family. And with all the single family to the south, we felt it was the appropriate transition to make coming from the lower density for Santan Heights. And those are the 4 requests that Devin covered already. So we did quite a bit of neighborhood outreach. You know, as I mentioned earlier, this is kind of an infill project. Most of Santan Heights is already built, so we have quite a few residents in the area. In fact, our mailing was almost 5,000 properties. So we reached out to a lot of people. We had some information given to us that we didn't have before, so I wanted to kind of go over some of the concerns that were given to us and how we've addressed them, in case there's neighbors that weren't aware of that. But we did have a neighborhood meeting last summer. We had about 20 property owners represented, and we had constant communication throughout. One of their issues that they brought up to us was connectivity, and I think this group has mentioned it already tonight, that there has to be ways for people to get to the commercial specifically without going out to Hunt Highway. And that's one thing that we've incorporated into the project from both a pedestrian and a vehicular standpoint. So this exhibit represents that. You can see there's a lot of different lines going on, and it's really to represent how people can get from one of the 3 communities to the commercial area, back from the commercial. And then also this new project, which isn't part of ours, but there was a question and concern about how these folks can access our commercial as well. So the red and blue lines represent the vehicular connections, and you can see there we have vehicular connections on our collector street that don't require any use of Hunt Highway to access the commercial. But we also have quite a bit of emphasis on the pedestrian connections. Because we're bringing in a density around here, we want to have a walkable, commercial element and walkable relationship. So we have direct pass-through connection points for both the multifamily and the single family attached on this side, and there's also a direct path from the single family. So we're trying to promote as much non-vehicular connectivity as possible, but where we obviously have vehicle use, we don't want to promote it using Hunt Highway. We want to be able to provide that access internally as much as possible. Traffic was another issue that's brought up, and I think it's something that we probably hear at every hearing. And I wanted to mention a few things that we've shared with the neighbors. First of all, this project was originally planned back in 2000, so it was originally part of the Santan Valley Transportation Fund. So this area was already kind of accommodated in that original study, although we are proposing a bit more density than was prepared for back then. But the property is currently zoned commercial, and so part of our traffic study looks at, well, if we develop as is, what's the traffic generated versus what we're proposing? And as you can imagine, 100 acres of commercial generates a lot of traffic. So we're actually reducing the amount of potential traffic in the area by 30% over what the current zoning allows for today. Thirdly, we are making quite a bit of improvements to the area. We are dedicating room for that 3rd additional lane. And my understanding is that 3rd additional lane will be installed with the commercial project. That's when it meets its warrants. So that our side of that will come in much sooner than the north side probably will. We are also providing deceleration lanes in addition to that 3rd lane. So there's quite a bit of improvements that we're proposing along Hunt Highway to help mitigate traffic that's existing today, as well as what we're proposing because of this project. And then the other thing we mentioned to the residents is that the county knows this is an issue, and guys are making a lot of efforts to improve the regional circulation. So although that may be an issue today, we're hoping in the long term that it won't be as much of an issue with all the improvements being made. The neighbors brought up a point about fissures. There's some fissures in this area, and we weren't sure that they applied to this property. At least they didn't show up in any past surveys that we've done. But because the neighbors were so concerned about it, we did have a study done, and it does impact a very small portion of our property. So this line on the map here where this irrigation canal is a demarcation between the existing single-family neighborhood and ours. And you can see here there's a fissure that runs up and has extended from the last survey done onto our property. And when we overlay that onto our layout, we obviously designed the site so that it wouldn't be under any lots for sale. So the red line represents where the fissure is, and then this is the mitigation zone that the study recommends to help limit and mitigate any future movement of that fissure. And what that means is basically we're going to trench down to where the fissure exists and lay down some geotext fabric mesh that will stabilize it, and then they backfill over it and then build it into a mound so that any new water that drops on it will sheet away from the fissure area. So that's the accepted method for mitigating known fissures in that area, and that's what we're going to be doing to this fissure in this project. So not only are we not going to build over it, we're going to make sure that it's in an HOA tract and it's mitigated for future, so it doesn't become an issue in the future. The last item I want to bring up is just the issue of land use compatibility. A lot of neighbors were concerned when they heard commercial and multifamily together and the traffic that generates and the lifestyles that they're concerned about. So one thing that we've done from a design standpoint is make sure that we provide a good land use transition between the two. So we have the existing single family to their south here. There's an existing 50-foot landscape buffer. We're going to be providing a buffer on our side as well, and this is where that fissure area is here. But then instead of going right to commercial or multifamily, which is what the current general plan designation allows for, that's why we're proposing the single family, because there's a lot of people that have lived out here for 20 plus years, and they want to preserve that life that they have, and they don't want a 3-story apartment behind them or a commercial loading dock. So that's why we're proposing a small area of the single family detached before we get into our more intense townhomes, before we get into the more intense multifamily and commercial. So from a land use transitioning standpoint, we feel we've satisfied a lot of the concerns that the neighbors raised in our discussions with them.
Excuse me, what's on
yes, sir.
What was on the right there from the high density stuff there on the top left there?
Yes.
What is just south of that? What's in the gray area? There are more homes there?
Yes.
So those are single family detached homes?
Correct.
But so they're not worried about having 3-story buildings up next to them, unlike the people down to the south?
Because they're not sold yet. They're not built yet.
They're not built yet.
Yeah, and we did meet with the home builder at Meritage Homes, and they didn't have any concerns about what we're doing. It's a much different scenario when you've lived there for a while and someone builds something behind you that we weren't expecting, versus when you go to buy a lot and it's already zoned multifamily. Then you're going into it understanding that what it's going to be. Plus, that the multifamily is all single story. There's no 2-story project in it, so it's very low intensity for that.
So it's not multi-story.
Not multi-story, correct. The last item that the neighbors were really concerned about is that the impact of the HOA. There's a lot of consternation within that master plan community, and I know it's not an issue the county necessarily gets into, but we just wanted to go on record and state that this project will not be part of the Santan Heights HOA. It'll be a separate HOA, and so they don't have to worry about that. And that's it for my presentation. Just in summary, we're trying to propose a mix of land uses that we feel are much more viable than what we have today. We're trying to do so by providing housing stock that the county needs. Not only is it density, but it's a variety of density. You have the single family or single level multifamily, you have for sale townhomes, and you do have single family. So we're trying to provide the full range of that. We are maintaining commercial services. We know that's a vital component, not only for the county, but the residents in this area. And so we are, keeping a good chunk of the commercial acreage that we feel is going to be viable and sustainable by this project. And we're trying to do all these things and be sensitive to the neighbors from a land use standpoint, and we feel that this plan does that. So with that, I'll conclude the presentation and answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you. I heard you mention a 3-story building, but I didn't see a picture of a representation of any 3-story building.
Supervisor Kavanaugh, there is not any 3-story in this project. I think one of the letters represented that. The townhomes will be 2-story. The single family may have 2-story. The multifamily is single-story, no 3-story.
Thank you.
Supervisor Goodman.
Thank you. In that letter, I know that it's referring to another project that is they've wanted to do the 3-story. So, but with that, one thing that it just dawned on me, what's going to end up happening, Santan Boulevard or whatever that is, the map that shows that one right there. Go back to that one. What's going to end up happening, and I can just see this, and Andy, you're here, I saw you in the back there, even though you're hiding behind this gentleman. But that Santan Boulevard, it wraps around and it comes out by Walmart. And I think what's going to end up happening on Santan Boulevard, some of these people, rather than fight the traffic on Hunt Highway, they're going to come back and go through Santan Heights. So are we planning anything? What are we looking at as far as, I don't think there's any striping there now, right? We probably ought to be looking in that and considering a lot of that stuff right now before some of this stuff starts to happen.
Yeah, I'll get with county engineer and we'll focus on getting some traffic circulation.
Okay, and then there was, I think we were talking about some traffic lights right there on Gary,
Yes.
around Walmart.
Yes.
Okay, all right, because I can see that's just one thing that dropped out at me, just jumped out with all this traffic rate, with all that development. That's going to be an alternative route that they're actually going to take. That's what I would do.
Supervisor Miller.
So, do we need to add those as stipulations to this process? I mean, when we start specifying what we want staff to do or it has to be done, I mean, I don't know, I just, Counselor?
I would think that that's out of the realm of the development.
Right, because we're talking a zoning case here, and now all of a sudden we're designing highways, and I just kind of want to know, do we?
That's a good point. But at the same time,
I get it.
I'm just trying to think ahead with all these things, even though this is a rezoning issue. That sometimes with that rezoning issue, it does create more problems. But anyway,
This speaks to the larger picture that I was saying. We need to see what the traffic plan is around, besides
exactly.
these, myopic shots that we get.
Chairman, Supervisor, they've submitted a traffic impact analysis, but it's under review by staff. So our staff will get together with Andy's staff, and we'll take a look at these other roads and what the impact is on them, because their TIA will actually show their regional impact. The striping changes, the signalization near Walmart, that's separate from their project. But that's something we just have to look at from a staff perspective and make sure that the developer's providing what they need to provide to improve around their project, both locally and how that responds regionally, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? No? Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, and is there anyone from the public that wishes to address the board? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. May I get a motion for item 10, please?
Mr. Chair, I appreciate a lot of the work that's been done on this project and a lot of the consideration and everything. And so with that, I'm going to make a recommendation make a motion that we approve item number 10 as presented with no stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, item 10 passes. Item number 11. This is also a public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak to item 11? Excuse me.
Is it collectively?
Or,
We did not open a collective public hearing on the first item, so we need to open it up on every item.
so that's what I'm doing. I'm down with that. I got it. I'm reading the script. So, okay, so I think I'm following the rules here. So thank you. So item 11 is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, public hearing is closed on item 11. Do I have a motion for item 11, please?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve item number 11 as presented with no stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 12. This item is also a public hearing. Does anyone from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. May I get a motion on item 12, please?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 12 as presented with one stipulation.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Item 13. This is also a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to item 13? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. May I get a motion on item 13, please?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approved item number 13 as presented with 7 stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, we are now, let's see, we're skipping 14, we've done 14. 15, discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 060822-CCD-RP adopting updated Pinal County Community College District precinct boundaries, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Quist.
Mr. Chairman.
That was legal by the blah, blah, blah thing. That was
very
terminology.
above board there. Members of the board, Alan Quist with the County Attorney's Office. Agenda item 15 relates to the ongoing ripple effects that redistricting has had on the county and its operations. I attached a memo to this agenda item that provides some background information, but by way of summary, the county has 5 community college district precincts, and that have historically mirrored the shape of the county's 5 Board of Supervisor districts. This action item before you this afternoon would have the effect of formally adjusting those community college districts, those 5 districts, so that they conform to the new Board of Supervisor district lines that the board recently approved through the redistricting process. With that being said, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have concerning this particular agenda item.
Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Quist, go ahead.
That's all for me.
That's it?
Mr. Chairman. Yes.
The whole thing? Okay. No questions, no comments? May I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 15 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. 16, discussion, approval, disapproval of constable salaries pursuant to ARS 11-424.01. And who is presenting? Mr. Liu.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you. If I could just stage this for us. This item is before you because of state law, specifically Arizona Revised Statutes 11-424.01 make some requirements of the board to set precinct, specifically constable salaries. Let me just read Section A for you here. At the regular June meeting, which we're in now, of the several boards of supervisors preceding a general election, the board shall fix the salaries of all precinct officers other than the justices of the peace for those officers to be elected for the 4-year period commencing on the first day of the following January. So we're in June. This is what this item before you is for. And then it goes down to delineate how the salaries are determined. The first criteria is that an average of 100 or fewer total documents served per year by a constable over the previous 4 years. Constable is entitled to receive an annual salary of not more than $16,500. But if you're over that 100 total documents served per year, then you have a delineation of criteria following that. And number 5 in that is what pertains to us. In precincts with 16,000 or more registered voters, annual salaries of not less than $48,294, no more than $67,000. And there's a table in the attachment to this item that shows that both the average of over 100 total documents are served, and then also that the registered voters are over that 16,000 threshold. So then it goes underneath to just show you the numbers of what the minimum amount per statute would be and what the maximum amount would be. And then we have constables here in attendance today, and I don't know if they want to speak to the board, but they did submit a letter of what they're requesting as a recommendation for their salaries, for the future salaries.
Do any of the constables care to speak? See. Oh.
And what did that letter say?
I bet we'll hear some of it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and
Board members, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Glenn Morrison. I live in the city of Maricopa. I am the elected constable for precinct number 4, the Western Pinal Justice Precinct. Myself and my colleagues are here to be at your disposal to answer any questions that you might have while you make the determination for our next 4 years of salary. So please avail yourselves of any questions that you might want to ask of us, and we'll be more than happy to explain anything that you need to know.
Mr. Morrison, of all the constables, none are in their first term, is that correct?
No, there are several of us who are currently in our first term.
That's okay, that's true. And then second term and third term?
We have 2 who are beyond their first term.
Beyond their first term, okay.
Out of 6, we have 4 in the first term, 2 in multiple terms.
Okay, thank you.
Currently.
Okay, any other questions from the board? I mean, looking at the information, I would put out that, and I've seen the letter, but that we make some determination here for salary that, and I understand different counties do different things, but say anyone serving their first term would get the minimum amount, in their second term, the midpoint, and the third term and beyond, the maximum would be. That's what I would be comfortable with. Does anyone else have a comment?
Mr. Chairman?
I see knitted eyebrows and yes. Mr. Supervisor Kavanaugh.
So Mr. Morrison is here as a representative of the constables. What is your thought on the proposal that Supervisor McClure has made?
Supervisor Kavanaugh, we had submitted a letter to County Manager Liu requesting that we see parity with other counties who operate in a specific manner for this issue. And that was for a constable's first term, they would be paid the state mandated minimum, and for every term after that to go to the maximum. What I would say to you, Supervisor Kavanaugh, is that constables perform duties that may or may not be fully understood by the board. We, on every single one of those hundreds of documents executed, we take the same risk as any police officer or deputy. On any given day, we'll strap on 25 to 30 pounds of gear and go out to serve the public. And we put ourselves at risk operating alone, most of the time without benefit of backup. We run our campaigns for election and re-election. We do this because we enjoy serving the public. We certainly don't do it for the paycheck, but at the same time, there's a risk-reward that needs to be considered. Once an elected official like ourselves, who has committed to serving more than one term, we feel that it would be appropriate to see parity with counties like Pima and Pinal, who may be larger, but we are the fastest growing county in the state. And we do see populations significantly larger that we serve than the registered voters listed on this page. And we feel that we would be properly served and compensated by seeing the maximum after our first term. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Are there other comments from the board? Supervisor Miller, I see you contemplating.
Mr. Chairman, if anyone has any questions about the duties that we actually perform, because we don't just go out and serve papers, it's significantly more involved than that. We're at your disposal to answer any questions.
Well, I just have comments. I just appreciate what they do, and if you don't reward them with a decent salary, then you're going to not have quality people go out for these positions. So I want to retain the folks that we do have in these positions.
So what would be your suggestion?
Just the gradual, the upping every term. That sounds
So the
Yes.
minimum, midpoint, and then full.
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Kavanaugh, you have a question?
So I know that there has been some study on workload by the county manager's office, and how should that play a part here? Maybe the county manager can answer that.
Yeah, Supervisor Kavanaugh, there are workload logs. They're summarized on the attachment, not in detail, but just to show that they meet the threshold for being in this section for the criteria. So the workload threshold to have this minimum and maximum have statutorily been met, and that is all the clarity and guidance that the workload measures dictate.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you elaborate on what other duties you have other than serving writs or whatever it is that you serve? I mean, maybe a little more explanation, because you indicate that you do more than that.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. First of all, what I'd like to say is that the raw numbers that are on the screen don't reflect the amount of effort that may be necessary to serve that number of actions on any given year. It could take anywhere from 2 to any number of attempts to actually get the orders fulfilled. By statute, constables carry the same scope, powers, and responsibilities as the county sheriff. That said, we can hire deputies if we have an additional workload. Those deputies would be sworn. So, for example, retired law enforcement would work for us just as sworn law enforcement would work for the county sheriff. That is the case in larger counties. For example, Maricopa County. Maricopa County has a deputy county who is sworn law enforcement and works for the elected constables, one deputy for every 3 constables. We're not at that workload in Pinal County at this point. However, when folks think of papers being served, they think of a process server. We don't do the same things as a process server. We have a much greater scope, responsibility, and set of powers than a process server does, sir. What that means is that we have the ability to remove folks from their homes via either writs of restitution or orders of protection. We also have the ability to seize property to satisfy debt. We have the ability to seize cash to satisfy debt, depending on what the instructions are that come out of the court. We can seize property and conduct constable sales, much like a sheriff's sale. Unfortunately, we don't have the facilities to do that, or we'd be doing it today. But we have the ability to do all of these things, and these all come into our workload. Additionally, all of us are driving our own personally owned vehicles and being reimbursed at the federally mandated 58.5 cents a mile, which, as I'm sure you would understand, doesn't even come close to covering our expenses at this point in time due to gas prices rising, maintenance costs, et cetera, et cetera. So what we see is accumulation of effort, multiple duties that we can perform, some of which we don't have the facility to do. However, multiple duties that folks are not necessarily aware of. Does that help to explain, sir?
Somewhat. All the duties that you do are included in this number that I'm seeing on this graph.
That I don't have an answer for, sir. That would.
In other words, but if you had a percentage of papers served versus these other duties, these sales or property, seizures and those types of things, is there a percentage there that you would say are the serving of papers versus doing the other tasks that you indicated?
So anytime we're serving a paper, we're executing the orders of the court.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily just dropping a set of papers on a door, which is oftentimes what a process server is able to do. We have to contact individuals. We have to make sure that they understand their rights. And we have to make sure that the proper process is followed so that they have the ability to contact the court and follow up, et cetera. That said, sir, anything that we do is connected to a set of papers. I don't know if all of the types of service that we do are reflected in that chart as opposed to just protective orders generated by a report that would come out of AZ Point.
Okay.
So I don't know what's included in those numbers.
Okay. Then let me get to another point that you brought up. You indicated that you could hire a deputy. Now, is that just you reach out to the sheriff and say, give me a deputy? Or do you literally hire somebody as a deputy to help you perform your duty?
The second. So what we would have to do is bring that salary request to the board, get it approved,
there you go,
et cetera.
Okay.
So we couldn't just do it unilaterally.
Okay, that would come before the board before
Absolutely.
that can be done. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just clarity on that.
Supervisor Goodman, you had a question.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
don't have any more, Mr. Supervisor.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You were talking about you have the same authority similar to that of the sheriff. Does that have to come under whose direction gives you those
ARS.
authority to do that?
Arizona Revised Statutes.
Okay, so, but arbitrarily, I mean, that's a court, the judge specifically gives you the order to go do such and such. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. This board is the legislative branch, the judge is the judicial, and we're the executive at the justice court level, just as the sheriff is the executive at the county level. So we're executing the orders of the court.
So with that, have you been asked to do some of the things, the other items that you've been talking about, other than just serving the papers? Has there been other things that they've asked you to go do?
That we have not been able to? Sometimes, yes, sir.
Like evictions and things of that
nature?
nature?
No. We do evictions. We do orders of protection. We remove folks from their property. We seize property. We return it to their owners. However, we can't do things like constable sales, as are done in other counties.
Okay.
We don't have the facility for that.
So it's safe to assume that the numbers that you're talking about in these numbers, the things that you're talking about are in these numbers then? Because these numbers, if I might ask Leo, Mr. Chair, Leo, do these numbers reflect all of their duties, or are these just processes, service, papers that are served?
Well, if I could clarify, everything we do involves paperwork, okay? However, I don't know if those were just orders of protection that were taken from AZ Point, or if they parsed our monthly constable reports to see everything served, because there's a significant number of things that we do and serve paperwork and execute orders that are not necessarily in AZ Point, which is just orders of protection.
Leo has an answer for us, I think.
Yeah, our administrator who assists with this program, this does include the orders of protection, the writs of restitution, and all documents served, so it should be comprehensive.
Great. Thank you, sir.
And those numbers served, by the way, as Mr. Morrison pointed out many times, and I know Mr. Sloan in the back there has a very large area. And he'll have to run from Oracle to Superior to try to serve an order of protection or an injunction against harassment, and the person's not there. Yeah. You have to make multiple trips, and it's not like you get to take two or three sets of papers with you, because the court doesn't just spit them out in the pile and say, "Here you go." So it's labor intensive, or
it is
time consuming. Yes.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
It is.
Are there other questions from the board?
Nope. I'm good.
No.
I don't know if I'm good.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Surtee, you had a question.
Yeah, my question is on vacation time or leaves of absence. You don't have any staff, so you have to trade off with neighboring constables, and it's a pretty big county. And what would happen if several of you are out at one time? How does it get covered?
we assist each other as necessary and possible. To answer your question, I've been in office for 3.5 years. I've never taken more than 2 days off in a row. It's incredibly difficult to get coverage for any lengthy departure from our duties. So I can only speak for myself. I know there are other folks who have taken slightly longer periods of time off, but for myself, I've never taken more than 2 days off in a row in 3.5 years.
Supervisor Kavanaugh.
For the benefit of the public, what are the salaries currently? Do you know those off the top of your head?
Each constable has a different salary set by the previous board. I couldn't tell you exactly what each of them are.
Do you have those, Mr. Liu?
I don't have them in front of me, but if my memory's close enough, they are probably about plus or minus 2,000, around 50,000. You know, they're all at that minimum plus, and so they probably range from about 50 to 52.
I know there's
from the back of the room.
I know there's at least one who's below the 50,000 mark, and all of these. I'm sorry. At least 4 of these salaries, when set by the previous board, were a significant reduction from the previous levels.
Yeah, correct. They're more like 49 to 51.
Does anybody have any suggestions or comments? Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would recommend that, you know, the county as a whole is talking about how hard it is to retain people, and in part because of salaries. This is a difficult job. There's very little relief, and so I would recommend we set the minimum at 60 in the first 4 years and the maximum in the second term and thereafter. That'd be about, you know,
You'd start it above the midpoint.
Yeah.
Would you be comfortable with setting it at the midpoint and then going to the maximum? And I would pose that to you, Mr. Morrison. Would that be acceptable? Start at midpoint and then go to maximum
for a first term.
First term midpoint, second year, second term maximum.
I'm hearing good consensus behind me. I would be comfortable with that. However, I'd like to point out that all of us, 4 out of 6 of us, are already completing our first term.
Yes.
All of us are running for re-election, so we're going to be starting our second term when this kicks in.
Yes.
My concern is that, depending on the language, we might not see that maximum for the second term.
No, that's what they're saying.
No, we're not saying that. Mr. Keller, you're nodding.
Yes, because this, what the board sets takes effect beginning of next year. So for that term period, it would be effective if they are successful in their reelection.
So that would assume that they'd be at the top.
If they're successful at their election.
If you're successful at your election,
yeah.
We would
because this is their first term.
Right.
We can use that as their baseline.
Right. So it's retroactive. I mean, in the term. Yeah.
We would be extremely pleased with that if we can go to the maximum for our subsequent terms.
So, not seeing any questions, can I get a motion here?
Mr. Chair.
Somebody, yes. Somewhere. I'm hearing voices. Supervisor Kavanaugh.
So if I'm capturing the board and the constable's desires, we would, for the first term, we would have it at the minimum?
Midpoint.
Midpoint. Oh,
midpoint.
Good. Okay.
Midpoint.
Okay, so I would make a motion that during the first term of any constable, they would be at the midpoint of 57647.00, and upon being reelected to the maximum of, it would be raised to the maximum of 67000.00.
Is that clear? Okay. So I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Thank you.
Gentlemen, on behalf of all the constables, thank you.
right. We now are at number 17, discussion, approval, disapproval of the request to create a new job classification of grants manager within the county the finance department. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice
Getting
Chair, members of the board. This agenda item is a request to create a new job classification of grants manager county. Over a year ago, there was an identified need to create the proposed classification. The classification is distinguished from other grant-related classifications due to its county-wide scope and responsibility for multiple grants with diverse purposes, requirements, grantors, through its oversight of centralized grant programs and support of the shared services model existing between my department, elected offices, appointed departments, and/or Pinal County local government agencies and community partners. The position scope includes the responsibilities of county-wide grant-related research, writing, submittal, management, monitoring, and compliance. In our fiscal year 22-23 budget, there is approximately 25% of our total budget is related to federal, state, local, tribal grants, which further supports the need for this position. In the creation of the position, our Human Resources Department did an extensive market study that recommended a grade 14 for this position. The position would be at will and exempt. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you. How are these roles being handled right now?
Chairman McClure, Supervisor Kavanaugh, right now we have a grants administrator in my department that is, her role has expanded more than, which includes some of these duties. But we are trying to take a better, more comprehensive look at this to be able to manage the grants, comply with state statute, local statute, grant statute. So her current role is, we're lacking in that area. So it's really to get up to that standard.
And so would some of the functions that are being handled in the various departments and agencies around the county be sort of consolidated into this position?
So this position would have the oversight of that. So it's a shared services model. So this person would be that central location to support and oversee the department level.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, can we get a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 17 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Woods.
Thank you.
Number 18, discussion, approval, disapproval to create non-permanent position classifications and more flexible work arrangements in order to expand the potential applicant pool for difficult-to-fill positions. Mr. Tracy.
Hey, sir. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, it's good to see you. I'm Randy Tracy, Interim Human Resource Director, Executive Team. I want to present to you today 4 non-permanent terms of employment and special pay categories. Each of these are impacted to try to make us have more flexibility. We've talked at length about some of the difficulties we've had hiring and bringing on special talent over the last few months. Our hope is, and we're pretty excited about these, to give us opportunity to create flexible employment opportunities moving forward. All of them are there for one of these 3 purposes, either to help us fill really hard, critical to fill positions, or when we need a limited duration specialist for some purpose, for a limited purpose, and or we have a non-permanent type program that allows the directors to appoint somebody into those positions. The first one is a new classification called a trainee. And I want to give my team kudos. They've worked really hard on this. Charlotte Skiles and the other comp members have done a great job on this. And what this essentially does is that there's a recruiting pool that don't meet our minimum qualification for entry level. Maybe they have a high school diploma and non-related experience. And getting them to bridge into a position that requires a year or maybe 2 years of experience has been a challenge. So the trainee program creates that bridge so that they actually come in on an on-the-job training program, making a lesser wage. They go through the training, they're certified, and then once they finish the authorized training period, they non-competitively go into those positions. And so we're very excited about that because there's several of our entry-level positions that we have a recruiting pool. We just can't get them into that entry-level position unless we have that ability for them to do on-the-job training. One that's very similar that we're all familiar with is a cadet program for deputy sheriffs. They come in right off the street, no police experience. They go through an academy, they go through an FTO program, and then they become deputies at a future time at a higher rate of pay. And so it's very similar to that program. We are asking that we look at this as a general trainee program, meaning that if we find positions in the county, such as maybe fleet auto mechanic, other places, that we can apply it, that it's a specific, it can just move around to each position. So it's a general position. During their trainee program, they would be at will, and it could last between 6 months and 2 years, depending on the complexity of the particular position that they're going into. Right now, we have 2 pilot programs that we're working that have been very successful: heavy equipment operator trainee, and also the deputy clerk of the Superior Court trainee program. And so we've worked on that to see if we can smooth out all of the processes, and they seem to be very successful at this point. So we want to codify that program today during this presentation. The next thing is a limited term offer of employment and agreement. An example may be that we need a specialized attorney to work on a project, work on our standards, work on policies, look at some high-level stuff, but it's only for a short duration. It's not going to be long-term. They're project-based. They come in to address a specific need, and then they're done. And so that limited term would be based on the department's budget and also have county manager's authority and approval. The next one is a management detail appointment, MDA. Currently, we have what's called a job detail assignment, which you've probably heard about. That is listed in the merit rules, so it really actually doesn't apply to at-will employees, but we've kind of had to adopt that for at-will employees, and so we'd like to codify a special, a formalized process to put people on special details in at-will positions. So it would be very, very similar to our job detail assignment, but apply to at-will positions at this point, such as capital attorney, appeals attorney, folks of that nature. These would apply to typically mid and professional level positions to appoint them into a position to take care of a specialized area for a period of time. The only difference in this one is in the job detail, it's only for 1 year in the merit rules. But as you can see on a capital attorney, that may be longer than 1 year. So these particular ones wouldn't have a maximum on it, but up to 3 years instead of 1 year. And then the next one, very excited about a new program we've been developing called the Career Development and Advancement Pathways. We refer to it as CDAP. That's the acronym, CDAP. And this one is super exciting. I'd like to talk a little bit about this, is that in some of these positions where we just can't fill, we just cannot get enough qualified applicants, oftentimes within the county or within the department, there'll be people that just don't meet the minimum qualifications, just barely don't meet the minimum qualifications, or need a little help. This program, on those critical to fill positions, would allow somebody in the department to go into a training program to get those qualifications. It would only apply to county employees. And now this is after we've done complete competitive open recruitment and we've not been able to find anybody. But if that's the case and HR would verify that it's an open recruitment and it hasn't been able to be filled, then individuals from the county can apply for that, go into it for a training program, 6 months to potentially a year or 2 years, and get that minimum qualification so that they could be qualified for that. And if they go through the program and they're successful in their training and they get their certification or whatever's needed, they would be non-competitively placed in those positions. So this gives county employees an opportunity to advance their career, which we've heard a lot about in HR, the need for that, the desire for that. This program, I think, meets that need. And so we're very, very excited about this particular program. This is distinguished from the trainee program in that the trainee program is typically the entry-level program, right? Trying to get folks to meet those minimum qualifications for the entry-level program. The CDAP would typically be mid and professional level programs. So, in all of these cases, they're all going to be subject to a 6-month annual review by our department and HR so that they're not forgotten and they're not lost. So every 6 months we'll review that to see where they're at on their status and make sure that we're staying within the guidelines. Do you have any questions?
I have one real quick one. On the management appointment detail, you said that might be an attorney, a capital attorney or somebody like that. And that would be like, say, 3 years. Is it a 1-year appointment with 2 renewals, or is that a 3-year possible appointment? And many of these positions, when they're appointed, are they 6 months, 1 year, and then with renewal policy, or renewal
Completion of the project.
additional, renewal, whatever I'm trying to say. You know what I mean.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, Mary Ellen Shepard, Deputy County Manager. The management appointment detail is not limited by term. And that's truly what distinguishes it from the job detail. And the capital attorney is a great example of the need for such a program. Previously, that position was actually a position. Someone got hired into the capital attorney role. And that would not be dependent upon the number of capital cases, nor would it be dependent upon the individual's desire to stay working at that heightened level. This program allows the county attorney, or in other areas of higher management, allows him to place someone into that role for as long as the need exists and as long as it fits the purposes. And when that no longer applies, to return the person to the senior level attorney or whatever level they came from. So it affords greater flexibility for the office, the department, and the individual, but is not term limited because the need isn't necessarily limited by a term.
And you made mention of returning them to their previous position. Could this person also be an outside person, brought in and then relieved of duty, I guess?
Generally speaking, no, because the position doesn't exist, the role exists.
The role exists.
So the individual would be brought in, say, as a senior attorney, and then from that group, someone would be selected for this management assignment.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board?
Yeah, just slight.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I don't know, I had a little bit different version in my mind about how that might, because of maybe a special project that you would bring somebody that maybe is not in-house for a specific, task that we don't necessarily have in-house. Mm-hmm. Some kind of data or some kind of a project And does it not apply to that? Or
Chairman
could it?
McClure, Supervisor Miller, thank you so much for that question, because that question allows us to distinguish between the two types of limited term. What you're describing falls under the limited term offer of employment and agreement.
Okay.
And that is where something is specific. We can bring in that expertise, defined period of time, versus the management appointment is something more likely to be ongoing need of the county.
Okay, I got it now.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none. All right. Can I get a motion, please? Thank you, Mr. Tracy and Ms. Shepard.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item number 18 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. Moving right along. Item number 19, discussion, approval, disapproval of the fiscal year 2022-2023 Pinal County Employee Compensation Plan. Everybody's sitting on their hands waiting for this. Ms. Shepard.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, Mary Ellen Shepard, Deputy County Manager. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to propose a compensation plan for fiscal year 2023. The goals of this plan are many. First and foremost is to acknowledge our valued workforce in a meaningful way for the work they do on behalf of the county in service to our community. Second is to respond to current inflationary challenges in a manner that's consistent with the high inflation and market volatility. Third is to ensure a competitive market position to attract qualified applicants and provide our existing staff with the resources needed to help manage the increased demands. Fourth is to ensure we have the ability to address areas where we face critical recruitment and retention challenges. Fifth is to continue what works based upon evidence of effectiveness. And finally, our goal is to do all of this in such a way that we can readily adapt if the strategy isn't working and our essential services to our community may suffer as a result. With all of these goals in mind, what is being proposed is to continue what has worked in our current compensation plan and make what we believe are necessary modifications so we're ready to serve in 2023. In the past, the plan covers all employees who have been with the county, and this would be true for this plan as of June 30th, 2022, excluding those whose salaries are set by statute and excluding those who are covered under a separate step plan, specifically our deputy and detention officers. Chief deputies of elected officials would be covered by the plan with the concurrence of this board and the elected officials pursuant to statute. Deputies with respect to deputies and detention officers, we will be working with the sheriff's office to address modifications to their step plan. And although they wouldn't be covered in any across-the-board increase pursuant to this plan, we would include them should any one-time retention award be authorized, as we did in April of this year. Let me briefly go over some of the primary changes between our current plan and what is proposed for fiscal year 2023. This year, unlike the last 2 years where performance evaluations were waived because of COVID, requiring performance evaluations is being proposed for fiscal year 2023. The across-the-board increase being proposed is being set at 6%. This is a significant departure from prior years, but is reflective of the labor market and helps keep us in a more competitive position, both in terms of catch-up and what's anticipated this coming fiscal year. We are also requesting that we modify the provision where employees at the top of the range are not eligible for an increase to the base because, candidly, our market ranges are not all current. The maximum exception would not apply if we have completed a current market study and the pay range maximum is, in fact, accurate. We've added one-time opportunities for performance and critical retention awards, again, similar to what we did in April, because we want to be responsive to the current situation without creating long-term liability. We have also clarified authority for critical recruitment and retention-based salary advancements, positions reporting to each of you gentlemen as board would require full board approval for any salary advancements. And if I may, let me briefly summarize this to capture all of my verbiage. So prior to doing that, I want to reflect back. We came to you in April and presented information. So I want to reflect back on that and update you with respect to today. When we spoke to you in April, our inflation figures was 10.9%. Today, that is reflected as 11% from a year ago. Unemployment was 3.5% in Pinal County. This is not seasonably adjusted. Today, it is 3.1%. Our turnover was projected to be 15.33%. Historically, we have sought to remain under 10%. Now, here's the good news. We're headed in the right direction. Today's figures suggest that our projected turnover is now at 14.9%. And I call your attention to this because the efforts undertaken are having an impact. It's only been about 6 weeks, but the one-time retention incentive, along with, I believe, conversations about valuing our employees and appropriate compensation, is making a difference. And here's where the data, I think, is so rewarding, and it would be really inappropriate of me not to acknowledge the HR team at this point in time. The creative, innovative approaches being undertaken to recruit, to onboard, to communicate the value of employment here in Pinal County. When we spoke to you back in April, there were 853 qualified applicants, and this is this calendar year. We had 102 hires. Since that time, we now have had 1,484 qualified applicants with 197 hires. The efforts this board is making, the hard work of the staff, it's paying off, and I think the data supports that. And I recognize there's a lot of factors that go into this, but the data is showing we're going in the right direction. When we look at this fiscal year, and what compensation comparisons, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, wages increased for private sector by 6.4%. Based upon information we were able to get from our public sector comparators, their average wages increased by 3.6% across the board in merit. And I have the term plus there because this doesn't reflect all the compensation strategies that they have undertaken any more than the across the board reflects all of the things we're doing here in Pinal County. But here in Pinal County, we offered a 2.5% across the board and then the 1,501 time, which represents about a 1 to 5% increase. depending on salary. Clearly, our lower wage earners receive the greatest percent equivalent, but on average, based upon the average employee salary of about $56,000, it represented a 2.6% increase in wage for the fiscal year. So what does this plan mean for fiscal year 2023? The across-the-board increase would be 6% for all eligible employees, to include those at the max of the range unless the range is current. We're also asking for consideration a one-time retention incentive of up to $1,750. What this would mean is approximately 1 to 6% increase in wage for this coming fiscal year. Again, dependent on salary, with the lower wage earners receiving the greatest benefit. The total proposed then wage increase would be between 7 and 12%, with an average of 9.1%. And again, the plus, because this does not address changes to market ranges and placement in range that we are also doing to remain competitive. And it's important that we call out the costs not passed on to employees. This board approved the full cost of health care being assumed by the board, the county, none of this passing on to our employees. That amounts to about $3.5 million, which would equate to, on average, a 3.1% hit on employee salaries had you not assumed the full cost for those changes. So if we look at the total employee compensation investment, if this plan is approved, it's between 8 and 18%, depending on salary, with the average at 12.2%. May I answer any questions that you may have?
So, question. So, if we were to pass this, when does all this take effect? This is for next fiscal year, so this is July. But when does it? And you have a whole bunch of stuff to do. So when would this all take effect?
Thank you, Chairman McClure, members of the board. So the across-the-board increase for eligible employees would not take effect until the beginning of the last pay period in September, and I believe that date is September 18th. I know it would not be seen on paychecks until October 1st, and that allows for the performance evaluations to be completed, as well as all the prep work to get this in place.
So that's like, what, 7 pay periods, something like that? Could we take the one-time $1,750 and, say, divide it up 7 times and, say, put $250 per paycheck on until that takes effect? I mean,
Chairman McClure, members of the board, could we?
To cover gas. I mean, I've talked to some employees and seen, the gas cost a bunch. So, well, you can take the van pools. It still costs me a lot of money to get to the van pool. So, to alleviate some of that pressure, could we do something like that?
Not only could we, and far from me to speak on behalf of all employees, but to do something like that to alleviate the current burden that is being faced just to get to work, much less to feed our families. This, it seems to me, an extraordinary effort on behalf of our employees, to let them know they're valued and let them know we are fully aware of the pressures they are facing in coming to work and providing the services they do to our community.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we talked about employee turnover, 15.3 versus 14.9, what's the total number of employees we have?
We have approximately 1,990 something, give or take. It changes daily, but that's a good ballpark figure.
And we have a few hundred unfilled positions, is that correct?
Chairman McClure, Supervisor Kavanaugh, that's my memory as well. And again, I want to be cautious because in responding to that, because I want to distinguish between unfilled and unbudgeted versus unfilled and budgeted position. But I would say, again, that's a good ballpark figure.
And while I'm thinking about it, when we're talking about the $1,750 bonus, some employees were smart enough to know that they could do a one-time opt-out of insurance, and I don't know about tax. I don't think taxes, but I think they could request a one-time opt-out so they didn't get hit with a big chunk out of that bonus. And I know a handful of people did it, and maybe the county manager or someone, perhaps someone else would know. Anybody?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Kavanaugh, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't heard that, but it sounds like what you might be referring to is they may have gone into our employee self-service portal in our system and changed their federal withholdings, tax withholdings, for a pay period, knowing that was coming on which paycheck, and then changed it back to their normal withholdings after that.
I thought it had, well, we need to research that because from what I heard, I thought it was opting out of the one time for a health payment or something. I'm honestly not sure, but it reduced their deductions from the check. So maybe it is taxes, but we can look into that.
And if I may, Chairman McClure, Supervisor Kavanaugh, it isn't an option to opt out of health care. Once you go through the open enrollment, you're committed to that for the plan year. So I would concur with Leo. I believe that's what you're speaking to.
Yeah, I'll have to remember who told me that and get with you, and maybe you can, because it sounded like they saved a couple bucks. And besides salary, so we have the hire ratio, the number of applicants versus hired is only a 1.32% difference if I did the math right. So there's not a huge difference between what you presented in April and what's been presented today. So, salary may be a 1.3% difference in the reason people are staying, and there's like a 0.5% or something. When we talk about employee turnover. So what besides money, what else is being done to improve the culture and relationships between management and employees broadly? I know this is a budget discussion, but is there a component there that may impact our retention?
Chairman McClure, Supervisor Kavanaugh, thank you for that question. And I am going to respond, but I also want to let you know I'm fully aware that those figures don't represent a significant change, and if I spoke in such a way that indicated that it was making a huge difference, my apologies. Those figures do represent a move in the right direction, however slight. With respect to what else we are doing as a part of the budget package that you all are considering, there are additional staff included in there specifically to address training. We recognize in order to create a culture and address one of the issues noted in the exit interviews, we have to help our managers, supervisors be more effective. And so training is a large component of that, ensuring that we have the skills to do so effectively. Also, under the county manager, he has reached out to our consultant to initiate again a countywide survey so we can gather specific information from our employees about what we're doing well and should do more of and what we need to improve upon so we can target our interventions specific to what's really going on and not what we think or believe is going on. So those are some of the immediate steps I can speak to. Then also what you approved in terms of the limited term, we are hoping to bring in an individual who has significant expertise in addressing performance and ethical and standards in an organization and effective responses to ensure our culture reflects who we are and want to be as an organization. So those are some of the areas that we are targeting.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board? Supervisor Goodman, I believe you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the fact that you put in the health insurance in there to show, as that's an additional thing that we're doing as a board. But I think we're going to see those numbers even drop down even further with if we go forward and we approve this right here, especially along some of the thinking that you just recommended that we do. I think we're going to see those numbers even drop even more as we move in the right direction. And so I can see a lot of positiveness coming out of this. So thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'd ask for a motion, please.
How would I word that on the...
Like what we just said. Just I move that we do what we just talked about.
Okay, there we go. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 19 as presented with the stipulation that you had mentioned earlier, that we take the $1,750 and we divide that over a 7 pay period. Is that the way I understand it? Over a 7 pay period time frame.
Effective as soon as possible.
Effective as soon as possible on the $1,750.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll make sure the clerk got it. She's the one that has to have it.
Now for the cherry on top, we have item 20, discussion, approval, disapproval of the Pinal County tentative budget for fiscal year 22-23. Ms. Woods.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Angie Woods, Director of Office of Budget and Finance. We're rebranding ourselves, so just wanted to point that out.
It sounds cooler. Yeah.
I really like it. Thank you for having me today. Today's agenda item is adoption of our tentative budget. Really, the purpose is to adopt schedules that are prescribed by state statute and the Arizona Auditor General's Office. The schedules are attached to the agenda item. Do you have any questions regarding the schedules? If not, I do have a presentation.
Any questions? No. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. So we began the budget cycle kickoff in March. I think it was March 9th. And we had certain guidance from the board at that period of time, and we set some priorities. Always in the forefront of our mind is our countywide strategic priorities. So we were wanting to maintain a 20% reserve. We were wanting to reduce the primary property tax rate. We wanted a structurally balanced budget. We don't want to exceed any ongoing department requests, exceed the revenues that we currently have. And we wanted to use some one-time revenues to fund one-time expenditures. In addition to that, as we just heard, we had a focus on employee compensation, our medical benefits trust. So the budget that we're asking for you to adopt today includes all of these priorities. So the total budget for the county for fiscal year 22-23 is $1,017,055,235. Quite a large number. It includes all of the reserves that are held amongst all of the funds in the county. It includes all of the revenues and expenditures that we plan to expend, and it's broken up into these categories. Special revenue funds, as I've said in the past, major categories there are our HERF funds, our transportation excise tax, our flood control district, our public health district, any kind of grant funding that we're receiving. Our general fund, of course, I will get into further details, pie graph charts that are specific to our general fund. And then the 6% is capital projects that we're planning for and we've discussed in previous meetings. So what's different from this year to last year? The increase to the budget was or is going to be, if approved, $282,553,471. These changes are primarily due to economic development debt issuance, ASRS debt issuance, extinguishment of a 2018 bond, and additional grant funding. So we're seeking additional funds. Any questions about the increase in our budget? Perfect. So highlights that are included, we are going to, if approved, and in August, we will come back to the board for a tax rate adoption. That tax rate has been built into this budget at a 13-cent reduction from $3.69 to $3.56. The budget includes an increase to our net assessed valuation, the new construction piece being $103 million, existing property valuation increase of $280 million. We're recognizing that our local and state shared excise tax revenue in the future years, we are only including at a slight increase due to uncharacteristically high collections in the current and previous fiscal years, and we are recognizing that our changing economy at this point in time, so we don't want to get too rosy in the future at this point. So the budget also includes reallocations and any budgetary increases that we discussed in the last board session. It does not include any increases to our 5 district boards here, your supervisor offices, where the plan is as directed. We are reviewing those. We have some work yet to do, and my plan is to bring an item back on the June 22nd meeting for your approval on those district budgets. So at this time, included in the tentative budget is the current amount that was set as the target for each of your 5 districts. Again, we're recognizing that we're using one-time revenues and doing capital replacements, capital improvements, technology improvements, those types of things in this budget. And as Mary Ellen spoke quite extensively before this item, we are taking a very strategic approach to compensation and medical benefits. Okay, so in the budget, total revenues that we are planning to receive in the next fiscal year is just over, it's $553 million. About there, 25% of that being state and federal grants. That includes things like our ARPA funds, our CBDG, any federal transportation grants, our housing grants. So those are the major categories there. There again, primary property tax is only 21% of the total revenues that we're anticipating. Our primary property tax at $3.56. Our flood control is included in there at 0.1693. Our library district as well at 0.0958 of a rate. Our state shared excise tax remains about the same as last year. Our miscellaneous category has increased about 6%, and that's primarily due to that extinguishment of a debt service. So we're receiving additional revenue from a economic development partner to pay off a debt. Any questions here? Perfect. Thank you.
Look like it. No, keep going.
You're good?
I'm good.
Okay, perfect. So distribution, so how are we going to be spending our money? So it's really a third, right? General government, our criminal justice, law enforcement, transportation, and then health and other is how we'll be spending our money. If you'd like, I can go through what each of those categories entails, but we've probably went over this several times in the past. I can say that in comparison to previous budgets, this is about the same percentages per each category. So full-time employees, and in the last item that Deputy County Manager Shepard presented, she talked about employees per Supervisor Kavanaugh's request. So this budget includes funded positions of 2,361 positions. This is an increase of 133 funded positions in the fiscal year in comparison to last fiscal year. It's a 10% increase between 10 years ago and today. So as population increased and service demand increased, we've only increased the number of employees by 10% in a 10-year time frame. You've seen this property tax dollar. I updated it for this presentation just to be more in line with our county colors, but we'll come back to you in the August adoption with the new percentages of the dollar. This was previous fiscal year or previous adoption at the $3.69. At that point in time, 24 cents of the dollar came to the county. So let's talk about a little bit about the primary property tax and the max levy versus the actual levy. Between the 2010 and 2020 census, we've had a 13% increase in population. And if you remember, back in 2010-11, where we were taxing our constituents at the max rate, that $102,487,281, that was the beginning of the time that we started to focus on financial strength. And since then, we've took a strategic approach to reducing the rate. Today, or next fiscal year, as you adopt a rate, our levy will be $111,319,863, which is about $8.8 million above what it was in 2010-11. The other point that I'd like to point out here is our max rate that could be adopted by this board is the $178,105,528. So that difference between where we're adopting and the max rate continues to grow. This year grew just over $3 million, that difference. And maybe even more importantly, I wanted to talk a little bit about the primary property tax rate and inflation. So in the year that we were taxing at the very max, which was fiscal year 10-11, that was $102,487,281. If you looked at inflation at the national average rate of 2.31% per year between 2011 and 2022, that dollar amount is equal to $131 million, $131,724,580 to be exact. That's $20 million, $20.4 million difference. So, that difference is huge. We're essentially, if inflationary costs were the same, we're actually lowering taxes on our constituents without even thinking about the population increase.
These are comparative dollars, like 2022 dollars compared to 2010 dollars. I mean, that's
Correct.
what you're saying, yes, okay.
Yeah, and according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, their consumer price index, today's prices are $1.29 or 1.29 times higher today than they were in 2011. So that's reflective of that, Chairman. So in looking forward to next fiscal year, which the Bureau of Labor Statistics is estimating a 3.16% increase in inflation for 2023, means that our current levy of the $111 million, in order to get the same purchase power out of that, we would literally need to levy $114 million next year. But that will be a discussion for a later date, how we do that.
Next year.
Exactly. Any questions on that? Yeah, exactly. Next year at this time. Any questions on? I think it just shows that the strategic effort that this board has done over the period of time, how it really is affecting our constituents in a positive way. So as promised, I get down to our general fund revenue budget. So we've budgeted to receive in. This doesn't include any. It doesn't include any of our debt issuance. It doesn't include any of our reserve, but any of that. We're planning to receive in $282,063,277. 39% of that being the primary property tax rate. That piece of that pie continues to grow down as we utilize our intergovernmental and our county sales tax. So intergovernmental is our state shared and VLT excise tax, and then the county sales tax. So we're becoming a little bit more reliant on those sources as we've been strategic in that primary property tax. Any questions on this slide?
You're just saying that we've grown our revenue streams.
Correct. Yep, and we're becoming less reliant, and at this point in time, less reliant on the primary property tax than ever before. Okay. So the next slide is in the general fund. How are we spending the money in the general fund? 29% goes to our sheriff's office. 30% goes to general government, which is your elected offices. And it's down on the bottom of this screen. Your elected offices. The courts is, their Superior Court, the JP courts, our constables, the adult probation, juvenile courts, those types of things there. Legal is representative of our county attorney's office and our public defense services office. That health percentage, as I've explained in the past, is really our contribution to access. So, and that contribution to access in this budget, as prescribed by the state, is about a $3 million increase this fiscal year. Any questions on the way we are spending the money in the general fund?
One question, Supervisor Miller.
Sure. On legal, is that just primarily the prosecution, the criminal side, or is that all of
It's all pieces of the
all
county,
pieces.
all pieces of the county attorney, and all pieces of our public defense services.
Okay.
Supervisor Goodman, you have a question?
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought that was it. Thank.
Oh, no.
Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. So, in the last work session, as we discussed how to how to build this budget, I gave you a couple of scenarios, and I really just wanted to update this slide to show you how we are having a balanced budget. $196,837 is pretty darn close to being balanced. I couldn't probably get it any closer without taking that rate out several cents or several decimal places. We still are at a 20% reserve. Any questions here? I just wanted to give you that picture follow-up from our last discussion.
That's good. No, thank you. Any questions? No questions.
Perfect. Thank you. So with that, I'm asking for approval of our tentative budget at $1,017,055,235.
Never thought I'd see
Monumental $1 billion budget.
$1 billion with a B.
And I probably should, for the record, just state that this would be the ceiling that we would set at this time. We will be having a truth and taxation hearing at the final adoption on July the 6th because we are not complying with lowering the rate to the same levy. So that would have been $3 and just slightly over 50 cents.
Okay.
That's all I have for you, Board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Woods.
Chairman, I do have a
Question,
motion.
Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you. So the overall budget here says increased by 282, which is primarily due to increases in budget capacity. Whoop,
Go ahead. Go. Oh, you want me to?
reading off the chart.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
So does this include the capacity to issue a bond and debt to purchase land for this
That was in there.
project?
Context in that one.
Chairman
That
McClure.
282 is that?
Chairman McClure, Supervisor Kavanaugh, that's correct, and I apologize for moving the slide before you were ready, but this pie chart shows that $282 million difference. 45% of it would be that economic development debt issuance that yet has to be approved by the board. But in order to have the mechanism to do so, I must include it in the budget. You will still have the opportunity to vote on any debt issuance in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. In that case, I'd ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 20 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Carried.
Opposed? Aye.
You're
Opposed.
You're okay. So we have a 4-1. We have a majority. Motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Let's see. We have item 21. Would anyone on the board care to see something on a future agenda?
Lunch.
Lunch. That's item 24. Okay. So, is there any items anyone would care to see on the future agenda?
Working us today.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Kavanaugh.
I'd like to have an agenda item recognizing the appointment as a pro tem of Dan Hughes as the pro tem Justice of the Peace. I think it's for the Central District, and honoring his service.
Okay. Are there any other items anyone cares to see? Seeing none. Can we make that happen? Okay, thank you. All right, moving along then. Item 22, I would ask for a motion to recess this our regular board meeting and convene to executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. In favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. We're in executive session. Yeah, there you go. Okay, now, we're out of executive session, so we are now adjourned.